Hi, my name is Riki Babington, and welcome to the Comprehensive Introduction to Mudbox DVD. In this DVD, I'm going to take you through Mudbox using Mudbox 2012 and even getting into the new Subscription Advantage Pack features. I'm going to start off in the UI, going over many of the menus, tabs, and interface options. I'm then going to move into importing and exporting using FBX and OBJ, going over the Send to 3ds Max workflow going back and forth. That can also be used with Maya or Softimage. From there, I'm going to be going through all of the sculpt tools and a lot of the brushes, and then getting into the paint tools and a lot of painting techniques. In the painting section, we'll be getting into the stamps, stencils, and a lot of the cool features that are unique to Mudbox. After that, we'll be getting into the pose tools and how to move your character around to get it in unique poses. We'll then briefly discuss curves and then go into our cameras and lights. From there, we'll move into the viewport filters, as you can see is enabled right now. Then we'll spend some time in the map extraction and all the different operations they have there. Next, we'll get into sculpt using maps. It's a very useful feature for starting your sculpts by using textures. We'll go into rendering, and then at the end we'll go through the Subscription Advantage Pack using the GigaTexel engine, the new tiling plane, and many other new features. And then finally, to tie it all together, we're going to create this entire wall scene that you see, starting with the low poly mesh created in 3ds Max. There's a lot to cover, and there's a lot of exciting things to show you, so let's go ahead and get started. I'd like to start off by giving a brief overview of the anatomy of Mudbox and what a lot of the basic things that you see as you look around in the user interface and stuff like that. So whenever you first launch Mudbox, you'll see this welcome screen, and it's pretty self-explanatory, but you have basically these meshes that you can start with, like let's say this bull, and you're saying you have this bull and it's ready to sculpt on. If you make a new scene, it'll come back up. And if you scroll down, you'll see they have a More Meshes tab. So if you click that, it'll basically take you to the Mudbox Community tab here. And in here, you can pick other base meshes. So in order to get to the base meshes, you basically need to go to the library, and then you see base meshes. And in here, there's a lot of base meshes that you can start from. So if you can click here to see more, you can just click this download button. And as soon as you download it, it's pretty much in your scene, but you have to go back to the 3D view to see it. You see this tiny little bug. If you go back, you can do the same thing for the brain. And it looks like it didn't update the scene. That's because the brain is really large. If you zoom out, you see there's your brain. So I'll make a new scene, and you can see now it's been added to our recent files and also in our starting points. If you don't want those there, you can right click and delete these to get rid of them. And also you'll see I have a recent file here. This is going to be our final project that we end up making into the DVD. Whatever files you had saved is going to be in this list unless you want to manually delete them. You can also click open to open a file from your hard drive. So now if I go File, New Scene again, you'll notice we deleted these, but they're still in our recent file list. And I think this is a small bug, I'm not sure, but no pun intended. But if you try to delete them, they still stay here. So one way to get rid of those is to click on it. It'll show this red at the bottom, and then you go New Scene, and you click it, it's red, File, New Scene, and you notice they're gone. It's a small workaround, but it's pretty easy. If you really don't ever want to see this, you just check that box, and then you'll never see it again. So in here, you have the basic menus up here in most programs, like File. This is where you'll open, save, import, export. You can open your recent files also here. You can go into the Send to Max and Maya. We can get into this a little bit later. The edit is pretty self-explanatory. You can create. This is your mesh modifications, curves, display, maps, and so on. This is your 3D viewport, and if you click and drag in here, nothing will happen. You have to pretty much hold down the Alt command. That will, if you Alt and then click, it will rotate. If you Alt and middle click, it'll pan. If you Alt and right click, it will zoom. And I think these are basically Maya type hotkeys. Whenever you install Mudbox, it may ask you if you want the Maya hotkeys or the 3ds Max or the Mudbox. I'm pretty sure I just chose the Mudbox hotkeys, and this is what I'm covering, but these things can change considerably based on what preset you choose. So over here in the tab, this is the 3D view, and then you have the UV view, which if you have a mesh, you would have your UVs here. And if we go back into our base meshes, you can see if we go into the UV view, this will be his UVs. The image browser is where you're going to be viewing your images that you want to use for textures or stamps or stencils or anything like that. And so we have these, and it's the same kind of way to navigate. If you want to zoom out, you hold down Alt and right click. And I have some of these textures here that we'll be using. And you can set these as a stencil here. And we'll get more into this a little bit later, but this is basically the rough anatomy of it. Now, the Mudbox Community tab I already went over, but there are a lot of galleries, stamps, stencils that you can load in from here, which is very useful. I didn't end up using it in the project because the default tools are fine, but this is definitely worth exploring, and you could always upload your own. If you click Upload, it's pretty quick, but you just need to have a free area account, so if you register and get that, it's pretty easy to contribute, which is very nice. So that's pretty much these tabs up here. Next over here we have our layers. Layers are very powerful tools that are kind of like layers in Photoshop, where you can have different details, different types of details at different subdivision levels here. Also, you can make new layers and stuff like that. The sculpt is what you sculpt in 3D. The paint is what we'll be painting with textures. The object list is pretty much an outliner of your scene, and it tells you everything that's in your scene that you can select and modify the properties below here. So if you select your light, these are your light properties, and when you're working in here, you need to pretty much select something that you want to modify to have this property shown up here. So if you select this knife brush, you notice the knife brush comes over here. If you want to select this head, you actually have to either select it up in here, or you can use some of the select tools in here to select your objects. But you notice if you select your object here, you get these object selection properties. So this context-sensitive box here will change very often depending on what you're using, and you just need to get used to that, I guess. If you click out here, it'll select nothing, but it remembers the last thing you had selected here. Also, we have our cameras, and these are full 3D cameras like in Maya or 3ds Max. Also, in our viewport filters, these are very useful, and this will change the look of our scene in a post-process kind of way, and that's a very cool. And also, if you select it, you will get these options. Another thing down here, we have our sculpt tools. These are all the different brushes that you'll use to sculpt on your mesh. Now this is subdivided, so we'll go into this a little bit later, but if you just want to go mesh, add new subdivision level, or hit Shift D, this thing will get subdivided. And then you would be able to sculpt on here after that. Now it seems I have some kind of stencil selected or stamp, and that's over here somewhere. So if I select my sculpt brush, you'll notice use stamp images on. It's probably remembering from the last time I did that. You can just click off over here, or you can click it here, and then when you sculpt, you'll notice that the stamp is no longer on there. Now it does still look kind of like a stamp type brush, and that could be because of our stamp spacing or something like that. If we bring the size of our brush up, one very cool hotkey to do that is hold down B and click and drag up, and now we can have our brush the way we would expect. If I bring this down, start sculpting, and that's it. And that's all there is to it. Also, for the strength of the brush, you want to hold down M and drag, and this will make it stronger or weaker. Very quick way to change that. Anyway, these are all the different brushes they have. We'll go into the brushes a little bit later. Also, we have our paint tools. This is what you'll use to texture and to modify the look of the texture on top of the mesh. Pose tools are for moving around the mesh. If you want to move the character's arms or neck or something like that, this is how we'll do that. And these select and move tools, like the faces, you can just select certain faces to modify them and so on. And you can actually translate the entire mesh. So if you move this mesh up in 3D space to move him around into the scene. Over here we have all our stamps. These are the things we can spray on our model, whether it be to sculpt or to texture. Stencils are basically images that are projected onto the surface. So you can sculpt through it, or you can spray detail on it through these textures. So if you select one, you notice that it's on top of the mesh in a screen space, and then you can just paint, and it's going to paint those details on. But I still have the move tool activated, so I'd actually have to go to the sculpt tool, and then when I paint, you'll see it'll paint on there. Strength is very high, so if you turn the strength down and then paint, it's a little more reasonable. You can turn that stencil off. Also, we have fall off. This is the type of tip of your brush or something to think about like that. So if it's concave like this, it'll kind of pinch in. And let's see if we can show that real quick. But if we use this big convex brush, it's much wider. So that's pretty simple. These are just different fall-offs for the current brush you have selected. Materials are very nice. It's for changing the actual shader, that the textures and the lighting and how they react in the environment. Lighting presets are just moving the lights around and changing colors and making it look more realistic or more easy to see while you sculpt, and really good for rendering and stuff like that. Some nice portfolio images. Camera bookmarks are very nice. Basically, if you find a position that you really like, you can add a camera bookmark, and then you can name it. And then it puts this little screenshot there, and then wherever you're at, you can click that. It'll jump right back into place. It's good to have several of these to check your model from different angles that don't change. And down here at the bottom, we have the total amount of polygons in your scene. If you have something selected, it'll tell you how many polygons you have selected, which is the same here. It tells you how much memory you're using and all that kind of stuff, frames per second. Also, if you have a tool with the settings the way you exactly like it, and you want to save that tool out, you can always hit Add Tool, or you can rename the current one. And then when you do that, it'll actually end up back here in this list. And the cool thing is you can actually make a kind of favorites list here. Like you can select the projection and then go over here and add the tool, and it will show up in this list. It's a very quick way to add or remove tools. These default tools, if you select it, you can actually delete them from the list if you want to. Or you can delete these ones that we just created. And you can actually add tabs here if you wanted. So there's all these predefined tabs. Like if you wanted your viewport filters over here, you can put it here instead of up here. Same thing up here. You can move these tabs anywhere you want. I'm going to close that. This user interface is fairly customizable. You can drag these things around. You can, like I said, move tabs wherever you want. Another thing I'd like to show before I forget is any of these things can be also moved around by using the middle mouse click. So if you had something here and you wanted to move it over, you just hold down the middle mouse button and you notice you can move this thing around. You'll get this little icon saying you cannot move this over here. But the nice thing is you can actually move tabs with the middle mouse click. And now this tab is over here. This gives a really quick and flexible way to reorganize the UI. Also, I'd like to show you, they have a right-click menu that shows a few options in here. Flat lighting, you can turn off the gradient background, just turn off lighting completely, and so on. Also, they have this nice hotbox type feature that if you hold down the space bar, you can have access to a lot of cool tools. Like if you just click in any one of these, left click or right click, you get all these different common used commands, and you can quickly swipe them and click again. As long as you're over here, it should select that when you select it. You notice it went to the tool right here, so you can just quickly go to that. I went to the freeze tool. You can go to the pencil tool, just really fast. It does take some time getting used to, because a lot of the tools are pretty quick to access in the first place, so this makes it just a little quicker. So you'd have to get used to it, but it is here. And also you can quickly change the strength and the size of your brush with just dragging these right here. Also you have the brush settings right here, which is pretty cool. Also, I'd just like to show real quick how to get a mesh in here to import it. And usually you would import a FBX or OBJ file from other programs. And I'm just going to quickly import a mesh into the scene here, so we can have something to look at. And if we hit import, you have all these OBJs. This is from a character that's been exported from ZBrush, created by Michael Pavlovich. So you can just select them all and hit open. And you notice it'll calculate each one. And then it pops in. You may get an error saying the mesh is too high poly and you should rebuild the subdivision levels, because this is just a raw high poly. So in order to recreate the subdivisions, we can just select the body using this selection here by selecting this, or we can go down with the object select tool, just select the body. You go mesh, rebuild subdivision levels, and it's pretty quick. And then within a couple seconds, you should have a mesh that has subdivision levels now. So if you just put your mouse over the mesh you want to decrease its resolution, just press page down, and you can see we can go all the way down to a very simple base mesh, which is really cool. And this is great for performance and for editing forms at a lower level and stuff like that. And while I'm here, I'll go ahead and go over the exporting Cinema 3ds Max and my options. I'm going to primarily stick with the 3ds Max since I'm what I'm most familiar with, but to Maya is pretty much exactly the same. So just to let you know, by default, I'm just going to leave this character high res, and if we click on him, we'll see that he does have a sculpt layer, and this was when we were playing around with the stamps, I think. And we're just going to leave it all there and just see what happens if we take it over there. So we'll go File, Cinema 3ds Max, since selected as new scene. You'll notice that we don't actually have something selected, so it's going to send the entire scene, and we'll just go ahead and let it do that. And it also is saying that our meshes aren't at level 0, So it wants to know if we want to send the base mesh instead. And usually you just want to send the base mesh because it can have a lot of performance implications, and it's hard to edit a really high res mesh in 3ds Max. So I'm going to hit send base mesh instead. Alright, so it came over, and you can see it even brought over the lights, and it tried to match Mudbox as close as it could. So if I select the character, we can modify it. So let's go ahead and select his head. And we'll move it up so we can see a significant change. So now if we click Send to Mudbox, now we want to update the current scene with our changes. So when we come back into Mudbox, you'll notice that it's trying to transfer the details because it's bringing it in as a separate mesh. We don't want that. We want it to actually keep the same mesh and just bring in our changes. So the reason why it's doing that, if we hit cancel, is it doesn't find the exact same mesh in here because this one's at the level 4. We really need this to be at level 1 and have a new layer to put these changes on. So let's go ahead and hit page down on our character until it's level 0. Not level 1, but actually level 0. Make a new layer. And you notice the camera is a lot more sensitive, and that is because, look at our object list, it actually brought in the 3ds Max camera. And we want to go back to our perspective, so we can right click, look through, and now we have our normal camera back. So if we go back into Max, we can do the same thing we did before, or they have this little update icon down here at the bottom. So we'll click that, jumps back into Mudbox, and it looks like it did what we expected. We have a new layer with our changes that we can modify on a per level basis. And if we go back up to subdivision level 4, the details came with it, which is very cool. Now you notice it also switched our camera back, so we can go back to our perspective, and it's kind of annoying, but it's going to do that pretty much every time you come back in that I know of. Alright, so there's another option here. If we go File, Send to 3ds Max, Preferences, and what it can do is it could take some of our layers that we have and it could send them as morph targets, or it can flatten them. Now, it's important when you do this to realize that it's going to work on only on the current subdivision level you are. So if you have layers that are on layer level 3, so I'll go ahead and, by default, it flattens everything. But if you have this morph target selected, we'll hit OK. Layers. Now, if you have a level 4 layer that has details only on level 4 that were constructed on, when you take this into 3ds Max, it's not going to bring it over as a morph target. It needs to be at the level that you actually bring it in. So if this is at level 0, the layer needs to be at level 0. Let's go back into 3ds Max and notice there's no morph targets on here or anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to just reset 3ds Max. And this kind of breaks the connection. And now that we have this on here, it's on a layer, it's on 0. Now we can go File, Send to 3ds Max, Send as a new scene. And we get the same option as we did. We're going to say OK. And now you notice the head is long, but now we have this morpher modifier on here, and we can toggle it inside 3ds Max. And any changes you make in here will bake it down into that layer. So if we have this, if we just want to bring this down to half or so, and then update back into Mudbox, it updated that layer. So now at 100%, it's only at half what it was. And we can take that down. And those are just different and interesting ways to bring your detailed information back and forth from Mudbox to 3ds Max. With Maya, it's kind of exactly the same. It has its own preferences where you can send them as blend shapes instead of morph targets. It will do pretty much the same thing. Same idea with paint layers. Just remember to change this back because by default, usually you just want it kind of flattened. But if you want to preserve some of those layers and information, it's good to use morph targets. And also you notice they have the same kind of update button at the bottom of Mudbox. When you make a change in here, you can hit that instead of going through the menu here. And also, they have Send to Maya. It's exactly the same thing. If you have Maya open, it'll have these options available. And also for Softimage, I don't even have Softimage installed, so it's all grayed out, so it can detect those kind of things. We can export the screen to a PSD. So I'm going to delete this layer, and I'll bring this back up to level 4. And if we go File, Export Screen to PSD, you can actually pick what resolution you want to go. They have these presets here. It's very cool. So you can see it automatically will launch Photoshop. And we have these different layers, shading. You can see our texture where it says paint here. This is where you want to add a lot of your textured information. And this more goes into the painting section, but it is good to show kind of what happens here in the exporting section. So if we paint here, we go here. And then we can just simply save it, go back into Mudbox, and it kind of detects that it was saved. Then you can re-import it. Now, as soon as you do this, it's going to go through the steps to be able to make this thing paintable, which we will go through in a different section. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel for now. You can see it comes into our viewport and tries to show us as a stencil what's going on. We're going to hit close and get rid of this. And this goes more into the stencil sections and all these different things. You can see where it saved it over here. It's a very cool feature to be able to add details and fix seams and corrections in screen space. Also, you can see we have File, Import as Layer, Import UV. And to show this off, I'm going to do the more traditional manual approach, which would be exporting and then importing it back. So if we go page down on this character, select the character. Now we'll export selection. And we're going to choose OBJ, which is a more traditional format. And we just hit export. We'll go into 3ds Max and import it. And in here we can choose Mudbox from this drop-down box to get it the Mudbox type settings. And we'll hit import. Now you can see it's brought in the base mesh. Now, if we make some changes on here, we can then export this back out as OBJ. Or actually, let's do export selection. And we can also choose Mudbox in the export settings. You can notice how it changes some of that stuff around. Hit export, done. Go back into Mudbox. And now we can import as layer. And we're going to choose this export. And this does not have UV, so we can't use UV position, but we use vertex ID and just leave the defaults. And you notice it created a new layer here with our modifications. So that way we can turn this off or modify it on its own layer, which is pretty cool. Now, this is how we traditionally have done it, but now with the 3ds Max link that it has, it makes this process a little faster. Also, you have this import UV, and I'll show that off real quick. Since this model does not have UVs, the good thing is you can sculpt this to your heart's content, change the forms around, bring this base mesh into 3ds Max, and then add your UVs when you're done. So now in the UV editor, you can see if we'll just do a flatten mapping first. And you can see the UVs here. They're very simple. And now we go File, Export, Selection. Same settings. Come back into Mudbox, and just to show you in the UV view, there's nothing in here. So there's no UVs at all. But then if we go Import UV and choose that OBJ, we still want to keep the same defaults. Hit OK. It looks like nothing has changed, but if we go in our UV view, now we have UVs. And that's a good, quick way to take your new base mesh after you've done sculpting and give it some UVs. Now when you go back up and detail, those UVs transfer up, so you can start painting. All right, so I guess that's all the import-export options I wanted to show. And let's go ahead and move on to the next section. All right, now I'd like to just go over some of the brushes. So down here we have the standard sculpt brush, which is my favorite and usually could do a lot by itself. And you can see there's a lot of options here. Once we have it selected, we have the size and strength. And remember, you can change the size not only by using these sliders and with the strength, but you can also just hold down the M key for strength and the B key for brush. And we do have that nice hotbox feature where you can also do it right here. So there's a lot of ways just to change those, because that is something you'll be changing very often. So besides that, we have the mirror function. And you can see here we have mirror off, XYZ, local XYZ, and tangent. XYZ is pretty much world space, so no matter where this character is or how it's rotated, it's always going to be on this X plane going through the scene. Local will be local to the object's axis. So if we rotate this character, and then we go into our brush tool and we turn on the mirror, you'll notice that that X plane followed the character, but the standard X plane is back to where it was in the world. And just to show off how that works, you just start sculpting and it will mirror everything on the other side of that plane. The tangent option is an interesting option, and by default you have to do something in order to get it to work. So what it's going to do is it's going to follow the topology from the center, and whatever changes on this side will change on this side, even if the character's posed or in a completely different position on the left and right side, or whatever side you want to mirror. So in this case, I'd like to mirror him down the center. In order to do that, I need to select two of the faces, but in order to do that, it doesn't tell you in these list of steps. But you do need to be at the lowest subdivision level. So if I go down all the way to level 0, we have to select two of the faces that are in the center. So we'll select these two. It looks like I may have selected too many. So you hit Control D to deselect. Bring the brush down. Make sure you just select those two. Then go Mesh, Set Topological Axis, or just hit Control V. And now you see tangent mirroring is on. So you'll see it mirrors across the mesh like you would expect. So if I go page up, you'll notice that it's gone. And the reason for that is if I go back to my Faces tool, and we'll go ahead and select that, Mesh, Set Topological Axis, which works. We can go page up. And we can do it again on level 1, Mesh, Set Topological Axis. And now you see it says it's on again. Now if we go up another subdivision level, you see now it remembers until we go all the way to the top. You're basically just training the computer to realize which polygons go where. But to demonstrate practically what that does, besides just mirroring from one side to the other, is, let's see if I just quickly move something in his face. Use the grab tool, make it big, and let's deform his face down a little bit. But first we'll turn mirroring off, to form just half his face down. Put the tangent back on, it does remember. And now you'll see if we paint on one side, it'll actually remember exactly where those complementary polygons are on this side. So it will follow the topology no matter how much it has changed. So I'll turn the strength down and I'll just start painting right here, and you see it's doing the same over there. Very cool stuff. That's pretty much it for the mirror. This invert function will take whatever strength that you have basically and invert it. So right now if we had this at strength 1 and we painted, you'll notice it's drawing on top, but if we just quickly invert it, it will be carving in. It's just a quick way to change that. Now on the keyboard, it's much faster just to hold down the control key. So if you just sculpt this regular, you hold down control, it'll invert the feature. So this is one way to do it manually, but it's very, it would be very cumbersome to click this every time you wanted to, because a lot of times you just want to quickly do it and you just can hold down that control key. Use stamp image. This is for using any of these stamps down here or any other ones you may have or want to import. Stamps are pretty cool. It's basically the same exact of the brush that you have and all the settings, except it's projecting this texture through the brush. So let's say we pick this, and I think by default randomizes off, and you just paint. It's basically just spraying that texture, and it doesn't look very good unless you turn on some kind of randomization or different kind of stamp spacing here. Like if I turn the stamp spacing up kind of high and painted, you can see the pattern that it's trying to paint right there. Crank this up even more. It's spraying it, but at a different step size. So if we take this back to 0, it's going to be doing it a whole lot. But now if we turn on randomize, you'll notice that it actually sprays it like a spray can would spray or something. And this is the most practical way that you would use this for a lot of the stuff that I do, at least. And this would be how much you want it to rotate, how much you allow it to move horizontal, vertically, how much it could scale, and then the strength of that. And there's some nice images here to kind of demonstrate what that's talking about. The steady stroke is pretty cool. I will go ahead and turn the stamps off for now. But basically it allows you to draw kind of straight lines. But if you turn this all the way up, you'll notice that it takes a while before it calculates the points between the direction that you're trying to paint, and it's just basically drawing a line in between those points. So the longer the point, the more straight it will be. So if we turn this somewhere reasonable here, and let's say I want to go down and up, you can see those are some pretty straight lines. And that's very hard to do freehand. Turn this a little farther down. That's pretty cool stuff. And I'll turn that off. The build-up, this gives a rate at which the when you sculpt, how that will show up from its burst to its peak whenever it's trying to sculpt what you're doing. So if you have the build-up all the way at 100 and you sculpt, you'll notice that bam, it's almost like at 100% strength right from the get-go, which almost makes it look like a layer brush or something. If you had it at 0, it won't really do anything at all, so you gotta have a little bit in there. But it just takes a while for it to build up. There it is, before it actually gets to its full potential strength. In this case, the strength is set to 1. And really, a lot of times you're going to be using a Wacom anyway, so keeping that at 50 and you'll be able to control that pressure really easily. Flood will just take whatever the strength is and whatever your settings are and apply it to the whole mesh at once. In this case, it just made him puff out, you can see. So it took a 1 strength of this brush and flooded across his whole body. And usually that's not what you want. But it could be useful for some things. So let's say we wanted to inset a piece here because he was wearing a costume or something like that. The way you could do that is you just go into your freeze brush and we'll just freeze. We turn on our steady stroke. And then we'll go ahead and invert this, or Shift I. Now we can flood it. Let's go back to our brush, go to its strength at -2, and we'll go down here and hit flood. Now if we deselect or unfreeze all, you'll see we have this nice area cut in exactly where that freeze mark was. And then you can go in and clean this up or do whatever to make it seem like it's more natural. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. Alright, so that's basically the simple properties of a brush. Now we have some advanced stuff down here. Remember size. Now if you have a brush and you have it kind of big like this, then you switch to the move or the grab, it's going to remember exactly the same size of the brush when you are going from brush to brush. But if you want to override this, you can go down to your advanced, hit remember size, and we can make this size much smaller. And now if we switch to the sculpt, the smooth, the grab, you notice that the sculpt one has its own size settings built in. So this is really nice if you have a certain brush that you really don't want it to be but a certain size. You can kind of overwrite that. And it's kind of a workflow thing. I'm going to turn that off. Orient to surface. You'll notice this brush just goes flat with the world space camera. Flat with the camera. So wherever the camera is pointing, this brush will go flat. But if you orient to surface, this will actually follow the contours of his body, and this could help whenever trying to sculpt into cracks, crevices, or round surfaces, or stuff like that, to get it up in there instead of it just being projected straight ahead. The pin pressure, this is for your preference and with your Wacom and how all that works. Never really mess with this because the defaults work great, and this last part down here is the fall off. Now we have the fall off settings over here, and these are all the default fall offs. The ones I tend to use are this concave one, and if we start carving in, you'll notice that it digs like a knife deep in there, fairly sharp. And then you have something like a convex one that I've custom made, and you notice it carves in really hard, and it's nice for concrete and stuff like that. Then you have the default, which one eases in and eases out. And this is really nice for grabbing things or put it in basic shapes. And this is basically like the tip of your brush when you're sculpting, or for any of these other tools as well. And it determines how the texture may be projected through. Like if you're using a stamp, it will actually modify the look of this and how it's being sprayed out. So it is worth keeping in mind what these things are doing. The best way is to think about it as if it's the tip or some kind of nozzle on your brush. Now you can go in here and edit these. I've made this one custom just because I like the way it carves into the surface well. And basically you could just take these points. It's set to snap right now. You can turn that off if you wanted. Usually you can get away with these. So that's the concave, that's the convex, and these are the ones that I use the most pretty much. And then when you're done, you could store it into the fall-offs palette, and it'll pop in right here once you get what you like. And then we have this fall-off based off face angle, which is a new feature in Mudbox 2012. And it's kind of odd. I haven't really used it much, but it's in for those rare cases you may want to limit how the brush falls off based on the angle of the character based off the camera. So if you had this set to a pretty low number, 25 or something, and you go to paint, you'll notice that it's being limited right there by the angle of these faces. And if you increase the range quite a bit, it'll give more of a range between there. But it will limit and stop the brush. It's interesting, but I still haven't found a practical use for it. But it is a new feature, and it's good to know that it's there. And that's pretty much all of the settings for the standard brush. A lot of these brushes have the exact same settings. So you have the smooth brush, and this smooth brush, like I said, has all the same settings. even the stamp. But practically how you would use a smooth brush is while you're sculpting, you may want to smooth some of your detail out if it's getting a little lumpy as you work. So as you sculpt here, you'll want to hold down shift and it'll smooth it right back out. This is good for kind of building up forms and getting lumps out as you sculpt along. And that's just by holding shift. Now you can also manually go to this tool here, but I rarely do that. It's usually just holding down shift to do that. But the tool is there for your convenience. Now grab has some interesting features. It's basically a move tool. So you can just select meshes with your brush and move them around. So if you hold down B and make this big, you can see here how you can grab his arm and kind of move it. This doesn't work as you would expect with the pose tool, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But it is nice if you just want to move around some forms. So let's go to his ear or something. We'll go back down. Let's say you just want to move all of these polygons down to make this ear a little bit bigger or something like that. This is what the grab tool works really well for, because it preserves a lot of the detail, has like a soft selection built in based off all these settings. So if you had like a pinch and you went to move, you'll notice that it takes it at a point and pulls it out. Or if you use a convex, you'll notice that that brush is hard all the way around. So usually with the grab tool, you want to use this default ease in and ease out. That usually has the best looking result. It has size strength. You can also do the mirror, which I still have on. Grab silhouette is a new feature, and it's kind of neat. And basically, when you grab it with this, it's going to project through your character and also grab the polygons behind it. So if you want to move this, move it up, it's hard to tell, but it did grab all of those polygons in the back and move those up too. So it's kind of like it turns back facing off or something like that. But that's a really nice feature. And follow path is a new feature, and it basically allows you to pull, and it will follow the directions that you pull up to a certain degree. So if you pull normally without this on, it'll just go in one direction, and that's it. You can't change the direction except from point A to point B. That's it. But if it follows a path, it'll actually go in more than one direction. You can see how it's kind of curving out and stuff like that. It's a good way to break up your silhouette and add some details. So if we were to turn the strength up on this and then bring it out, you'll notice you can get some really nice things going on there. And it's got the same fall off and some advanced features. You have this screen. This is the direction how you want it to be pulled. The screen is basically how your camera is facing. The average normal will take the direction the polygons are facing and pull it from that direction. So if you want to pull from the side of his neck out, it'll actually do it like that. Really nice. It won't take the screen into effect. It's taking the polygons into effect. Then you can just kind of hard code it and have it always going X and Y, no matter which direction you're facing. If you want to pull this out, it won't actually go forward because it's being restricted. Alright, so that's pretty much it for the grab tool. Very useful tool, used almost all the time. Now we have the pinch. The pinch does, what you would expect if you had some details in here and you want to bring them together to kind of pinch them to make it look a little more hard-edged, or to do some kind of effect like that. Like, let's say if we went in to his eyeball or something and wanted to pinch his eyelids together, something like that, you would need to have the brush kind of small, and it would make these edges really nice, sharp and hard, like an eyelid. Really useful for wrinkles and stuff like that. And if we look down here, it's really got all the same kind of features. And it will work differently based off to your fall off. It's kind of like your brush tip, like I was saying. Flatten, also very self-explanatory, same options, and it just takes a lot of the details that you have if you have a lumpy surface, and it will flatten those details out. So you can see here it's based off your brush and the way you're sculpting. So if you want it to be really flat, you need to make it kind of big, and then just paint right there in that one spot, and you'll notice that it's flat. then you can change that detail. It's really good for getting forms and stuff before you add detail, or for making hard surface models or anything like that. This foamy brush, also I forgot to mention, if you just hover your mouse, it'll give you a quick definition of what the tool is supposed to do. And it says it's basically for building out your forms. It's not meant for adding detail. So it's like a softer version of the sculpt brush. It takes some used to, I mean, you could do so much with a sculpt brush, but this is just tweaked in a way to allow you to pull things and add forms really quickly without using the full power of the sculpt tool. And it's not used for details, so you would use it like down, if we go down our subdivision levels on this guy, and then we wanted to start building up his forms in here. It's a really fast brush, and it's really soft and nice for building these forms up. The spray brush is kind of like the standard brush or the sculpt brush, but it has its own dedicated slot. So you can have, it's almost as if you had the sculpt brush with stamp turned on with some settings, and then you went in here and did a add tool, and then you could name it spray. But it does have this already built for you with a stamp, and so you can just hit the spray and start spraying on like you see here. You could do the same thing with a sculpt brush as well, like I was saying. Now this repeat brush is really nice for creating patterns, like if you wanted to create a zipper or something like that. You could see here by default it has a stamp already turned on. It's not really meant to use from randomize, but it will, and it is a lot of times good to use steady stroke with this. But you can see as you're drawing this, it'll repeat that texture around. That's probably not the best texture to use. You use a different stamp for this. So I don't know of any that could work well with this. Maybe these lines here, something that has a nice repeatable pattern. If you had an alpha of some zippers, and if you just go along the surface, you notice that it repeats that texture all around. And that's really cool for creating stuff like that. Imprint is for taking any one of these stamps and just dragging it out on the surface like this. And then when you let go, it does whatever effect that has. The strength is set very high, so let's set this to like 0.5. Drag it out, and you notice, bam, he has a nice set of scales all over his face. This is really cool to put detail in very specific areas. And you could just drag this stuff out. You could have this on its own layer and just bring it out, and looks like he could be all deformed on one side of his face and not on another. That'd be really cool. But that's basically the function of this tool and why it exists. Again, it's kind of like a sculpt brush. It has a lot of the same properties. Then we have this wax brush, or you could also call it a clay brush, and it builds up surfaces and removes it as if it was clay. It's very fast, and it's very nice for building forms and stuff like that. And it tries to act as if it's a very deformable surface where you can actually remove parts of it or add parts of it and fill in, gaps and stuff like that. You can fill in a lot of details with this because it's just piling that stuff on. And this is a very useful tool for character sculpting, but it has a lot of the same features as well. And scrape is good for just removing complete features. So you can see here, it takes a plane to remove it based off where you first place your cursor. So if I start right here and I start scraping away, it will treat that as a plane and just start removing it. So you see how it's completely flat based off that initial cursor placement. Or let's say this cheekbone right here, I'll just completely remove it. And you can see how it's a nice near flat surface. It's not like the flatten brush. This is designed to actually completely remove objects and protruding details. This also takes basically where you start placing your cursor, and it calculates a plane there, or like a grid type thing, and it'll start filling in a lot of the details or features in there. So if we start painting in here, you'll notice a lot of those wrinkles just start going away and stuff like that based off of this angle. So let's see if we can get something in here. You notice it just starts filling that in, and it does what it basically says. It just fills in things. So if you had a big hole here and you needed to fill this gap in, you could use this fill tool to do a pretty good job of it, like that. That would be kind of hard to do with the sculpt brush, so this is a really useful tool. This knife brush is meant to cut really fine detail into the surface, and by default it's supposed to be using a stamp. You could see here, this is really fast and sharp tool. That's why they call it a knife, and to just slice right into the mesh for top level detail. And it is really the opposite of using the foam brush or maybe even the clay brush for building forms. This is for like adding some really fine details, and it's really fast to do so. You can also use a lot of these stamps to use with this tool, and it just does a great job of calculating this fine detail. It's kind of a novelty. I tend to stick with a standard brush for stuff like this, but it is useful to know is there. Now the smear brush, also one of those novelty brushes, but it works the way you would expect a brush to work in Photoshop with a smear. It just basically takes these things and kind of smears them together. You know, it takes nice to, you know, the same. I don't know if you've ever used the smear brush in Photoshop, but it's nice to smear things together or to nudge them a little bit. So you can come in here and kind of smear this up and down or whatever. It's almost like a liquid brush or something like that. But it's there if you ever need it. Bulge does about what you would expect. As you sculpt the detail, it will follow the direction of the normals on the mesh. So if you paint on this side of, if you paint across here, it's actually going to push along every single direction of that normal. So it won't just go beyond screen space. It's actually a local normal space. So we go down here and we start sculpting in. And I think it's using a stamp on here, so we want to make sure to turn that off. This will bulge a slab of skin going away from the camera, which is nice, so it makes it look a little more meaty. And that's very, very hard to do with the regular sculpt brush. It's good for wrinkles or anything you want to go inside where it's been sculpted from, instead of always going the same direction as with the sculpt brush. Now this amplify tool is supposed to be the exact opposite of the flatten tool, and basically it takes whatever details you have and amplifies them. So you see these pores here. If I hold down, if I start sculpting here, it's going to take these details and just increase their strength. And it's kind of similar as if you were using layers and you have details on a layer, and you can increase the strength of that layer to have more details or less details. So sometimes you see some of the details are kind of hard to notice when you start zooming out, and you want to kind of bring that in a little bit. And it doesn't affect anything but the details there, so that's really nice to kind of just bring in some of those details. Now the freeze tool, we've kind of already demonstrated a little bit. You just take it and you can go in here and paint, and it freezes those polygons to where when you sculpt with any of these other brushes, it won't affect it. So it just kind of locks it in place. And that's useful a lot of times when you need something to stay put while you sculpt around it. Another practical example that Michael Pavlovich uses a lot is he will go in here and freeze all the polygons near a flap of skin or something he wants to go over. And then he can go in with the grab tool and pull this, and we'll go and make sure we have a ease in, ease out, fall off, and they actually pull some of this detail down over that flap. You can see how that gets really down in there. It looks really nice. And to unfreeze that section, you can just go edit, unfreeze all, or you can invert it, or you can just hold down Control with your brush when you have the freeze brush selected, and it will remove it. It's kind of like when you're sculpting, it will add or take away. The control key will also add or take away with the freeze or pretty much any of these other tools. Now we have this mask and erase, but in order to demonstrate these, we need layers. And I haven't really went over layers yet, but layers are very self-explanatory if you know Photoshop. They're very close to Photoshop. And you basically just click add new layer, and we have a layer here. And so I use these layers all the time and I absolutely love them. It's good for quickly trying to do something that you're not sure if it's going to work, so you can quickly do it and say, it's not working, and just delete that section. Or you can keep just some of it. So if we go into our spray tool and we spray in some of these details here, you'll notice that it looks kind of like a lot. So we can, since it's on its own layer, we can decrease that, or you can actually increase it if you just type in a number. And then you could mask this out with this mask tool. Now this mask tool is only creating a mask on this layer, and just like in Photoshop, this can be removed, or you can hold down Control to bring it right back. So if you click in here and you hit Show Mask, that's what this button does, it will actually show you the red parts are part of the mask in case you forgot what you masked or what you didn't. And like I said, you can invert it by hitting Control, and you can bring some of that back. So I'll turn the Show Mask back off, and you could see, let's say I want to remove it in here because it's a little bit too much, but I want to leave some of it kind of over here again. And then you have also this erase brush, which this erase brush is kind of like the mask tool, but it completely erases the information from that layer. So that information is completely gone. You can't bring it back unless you hit undo and you catch it in time. But sometimes you just want to get rid of something. You don't want it back, and it's just kind of messing things up. So you just erase it completely. The mask tool is better to keep that. That way you can bring it back if you ever need. But if you're confident, you can just use the erase tool. That's pretty nice. Now, if you hold down Control with the erase tool, nothing happens because it's either erasing or not. That's it. Now this brush new, it was from a demonstration earlier of just creating a new brush, and this can just be deleted. Also, I thought I'd mention real quick that in the older versions of Mudbox, you weren't able to paint across multiple surfaces. It was kind of a pain, but they've fixed that to where now you can paint across multiple surfaces. So you can see his eyeballs are separate, but we can easily paint and deform them both at the same time. Same with this ball thing sticking out in this headpiece. And this is kind of just by default. They've just integrated this, snuck it in, and now it just works. For other people, they may say, why would this in the first place? But I thought I would just point it out in case some of you worked around this limitation in the past. And you can see here in their object list, this is separate objects, and it's painting across it just fine. Another thing I'd like to quickly show is you can actually have the details that you've sculpted mirrored over in case you were sculpting on your model and you forgot you did not have symmetry or mirror on. So just to show that in an exaggerated way, we can go into our brush and turn our strength down. And I'll just make a new layer here. And we will sculpt something very obvious. You can see his eyes swollen. Then you just right click on the layer and mirror the details on that layer. Now you notice that error down there, and that basically just means that we need to select the faces that we want to mirror over. So we go to the Select Faces tool, and we're just going to select all these over here. And now we'll right click, mirror. You can do X, Y, Z, or tangent. We've already kind of went over that, but we'll just pick X. And you notice that pops right over. Also, if you wanted, you could actually just flip the detail. Let's say you wanted that swollen area just to be on the other side. You could do that there. And that's kind of hidden in there and easy to forget that exists. but it's a very powerful feature if you need to get those details mirrored or flipped to the other side. And that's pretty much it for brushes, so let's go ahead and move on to the next section. In this section, I'd like to go over getting your mesh prepared for painting and then go over some of the paint tools. Now, when you have your high poly mesh ready for painting, you can go to this paint tools section next to sculpt tools and select the paintbrush. And this paintbrush has a lot of the same features as a sculpt brush. You can use the stamps, color strength, mirroring, all of that applies. Even this fall off in advanced, there's really no surprises in here. When you go to paint on your mesh, you'll get this pop-up dialog saying that this mesh does not have any UVs, so we can either create the UVs or prepare the mesh for PTEX. So first let's try creating our UVs. If we click that, it's going to say it needs to be at level 0 before we do that. So with our brush over the character, we can press page down until we're at level 0. Now if we try to click again, we get the same dialog box open. We could hit create UVs, and you can tell it how many UV tiles to create. So I'll just select one here. And now we have UVs. If we go to our UV view, you'll notice it has all of these UVs that you really can't tell what's where, but at least it has UVs now. So if we go back up to level 4, when we click the mesh, now we need to create a new paint layer. Now these paint layers are similar to the layers we could use in sculpting, but there's a lot of different channels that we can paint to, and this is based off your material. So first we need to name the paint layer to whatever you want to name it, and then we can set the size. If you have a ton of 4096s, it could have performance implications and stuff like that, but you do want to paint at the highest res that you can afford. So for this demonstration, I'll just pick a 2048. TIFF is a good default to use. It's what Mudbox likes the most, it seems. 8-bit's fine. We don't really need any extra information to just do some basic painting. It even has support for OpenEXR for high dynamic range type texture formats. But now you can see in the channels here we have diffuse, specular, gloss, incandescence, and all the rest. And these are actually based off the material that you create. So it's good to keep in mind. Diffuse is going to be good just for the colors. And we'll just select that for now and hit OK. So now within this diffuse channel, we can actually have multiple paint layers inside here. If we just start clicking here, you'll notice all of a sudden we can start painting the color. If we choose our stamp image, you'll notice that the stamps are working as expected. You can turn mirroring on, and it will paint on both sides. And like I said, when this is painted, you could see where it had done some painting in here, but you really can't edit this, and it's something to keep in mind if you don't have any UVs. Now I'm going to reopen this file and we can check out a couple different options. Okay, so now we're back before we had added any UVs. And if we click on here, now we can select Prepare Mesh for PTEX painting. We select that, we have the same error, but we need to go back down to level 0 to do this. Now we'll click it again. And you know here we have this visual information here, and it's telling you to look at this grid that's on the surface, and you can see the actual resolution. The sharper the lines, the higher the resolution. And we can edit this again going here. So we'll go ahead and close this. And we can see if we zoom in, the resolution on here is, it's kind of low. If we decrease it, you notice it gets even more blurry. But if we increase it, it gets very sharp. And this is like more than a 4096. This is 1024 or something like that. And sometimes you may want more resolution in some areas. So if we go into our select and move, we can select our faces. And with our marquee or with this rectangle drag box, we can select an area like his head. And in here, we can actually make this 13 million pixels or more. And then on the body, if we go edit, invert selection, you can decrease that to where it's lower. This just gives you some more flexibility in adding details where you'd want them. And once you have that decided, you can hit done. And if you do want to edit that again, you can go back into Mesh PTEX Setup. Now I'll deselect. Go back to my brush. I'm going to go back up to the 4th subdivision level. Now in here we can select the file format of the PTEX file, and we have the 8-bit, 16-bit, or we have these floating point options. This is when you really want to get into a lot of information, and I'll just choose the default 8-bit just because we want some colors to paint with. And then you can also pick the channels here. Now that that's done, you can see we're painting and the resolution is very high res. It looks very nice. Now, PTEX is a really nice option to be able to paint without UVs, but do keep in mind that there really isn't any way to render this out besides using a program like RenderMan, or I think Maya can render this out, but there really isn't a lot of ways that you can render this out in 3ds Max or Mental Ray or any of the more popular rendering programs. So while this is very nice and a practical workflow, it's very limiting in how you want to present this in a final render. But as later we'll see, you can transfer some of this into UVs, layout, or back and forth like that. So if you just want to have a preserved ultra high res version that are stored in PTEX files, then this would be a great option. And who knows, 3ds Max, Maya, Mental Ray, a lot of these programs may inherit PTEX support in the near future. Now I'd like to open another model. Now this model was created by Tony Reynolds and the Portrait Production DVD. And I had taken this into Mudbox from ZBrush and use rebuild subdivision levels. The good thing about this model, it has really nice UVs. So if we click on him, you'll notice that it doesn't ask us those other options that we had because it detected that it does have UVs. And so if we choose diffuse on this, hit OK, and then paint on this model, you'll notice in our UV view, it has nice UVs and it has where you would expect the detail I painted. And what makes this a really nice option is you can easily edit this texture in Photoshop and any other texturing package. So it may be worth it to have your model UV'd for these practical reasons, but it's not necessarily required. Alright, so now we have our diffuse, and this diffuse is essentially the main colors that you will paint on this mesh. And if we go into our material for this, you'll notice we have the same diffuse here, and we have the speck, gloss, incandescence. You notice that this speck and gloss is just a single color. This is kind of the default on this material that it's selected. You can see there's bump, vector displacement, normal map. There's a lot of nice options in here. But diffuse is the only one that now has an option to select a texture. Now, if I select a default material, you notice it does not have this option to select a texture. And that is because we never created the channel on a mesh for this to show up. But since we did on the character and it has this shader applied, now we can actually select a texture to apply to there. And the same would go for speck, gloss, normal map, any of these. So now you'll see if we select this to pick an image, and this is a good way to apply existing textures that you may want to touch up or paint across seams or something like that inside Mudbox's 3D viewport. So just to show simply a couple other of the layers that we can add, we can go and add a new layer by clicking the new layer, or we can click this arrow, hit new layer, or we can right click in here and hit new layer. So when we click new layer, we can choose a different channel here. So now if we choose specular this time and we hit OK, you'll notice that once again we now have this specular option to choose from an existing texture, or we can just start painting our own. Now, just to show you kind of what this might look like when you're painting a spec, you can go back to your paintbrush and you may want, I don't know, some kind of color. Now when I start painting, you'll see that just the specular highlights of this mesh gets updated based off the painted information. So a lot of times you may want to kind of start this in Photoshop by getting a lot of the details from there, or you can just start painting these the old-fashioned way. But do note that this is only affecting the spec highlights of the shader and nothing else. So if this shader is also applied to something else, it's going to be updated too. So you probably want to create a new shader for your different objects. And to show you that we do have this paint erase button, and this is kind of like the erase tool in the sculpt, as in it will just erase that information completely. It's gone forever and you can't get it back unless you undo or something. Now if you select a spec texture in here, you notice at the bottom here we're getting these errors, and the reason we're getting these errors, I think, is because we have that same shader applied to multiple things. So it looks like this material is being applied to all the meshes in our scene, which would be his eyeballs, his teeth, and his skin. So what we can do to fix that, I hope, is to select the default material and apply it to those other meshes for now to kind of solve that. So we'll select the group 3, and then we can right click in here and assign the existing default material. It's kind of off the screen. Or we could just right click it, assign existing material default. Same over here. So now if we go and select our material, select our spec map, it no longer has that problem. And the error down there was saying that the file name needed to be appropriate. So if we go ahead and open this diffuse we have, you'll notice we have head overall underscore U1 underscore V1 and then underscore U1 underscore V2. This would be for the order of the different textures that you want on your different meshes. So if you had an eyeball texture, teeth texture, and so on, it would be just named appropriately, and you could keep the same material but have different diffuses. In this case, in a lot of cases, you're going to want to have an eyeball material that's separate and a teeth that's separate anyway, so it may not always be needed, but it is good to know that it is there. So now we have the spec, we have our layers. We need to go back into our group 1 object. So we'll select that, and then we'll select our scene. And then it is the last thing selected. And we can delete that layer just by right-clicking, hit delete, or you can use this trash can up here. Now I'll show one more, and that could be, we have normal map. We can pick that one. And you'll notice when we go back to our material, we can now select normal map. And it gives these small, finer details on the mesh. Now we can go into compatibility, and depending on how this was created, which axis it was baked in, you could change it from 3ds Max to Maya. This was Maya, so we leave it for there. Now this was mainly for mental ray rendering, this normal map that was created. So it's not really needed here because we actually have the high-res mesh itself but in Maya, the DVD was created using a low-res mesh. So I'll delete that. And a couple more things to note in here. You do have this reflection map, and we can crank up the effect of that reflection map over the surface. And a lot of times you're going to want to mask out some of that reflection. So to do that, we can create a new layer, and we'll just call this one reflection mask. And this is just going to be the mask for this reflection. Now we can use an image, or we can paint out this. So we can pick black, and we could just start painting out the reflection and kind of isolate it to certain areas. Same goes for the gloss, iridescence, opacity. You do have the ability to paint opacity layers in here, which I think is a fairly new feature. So if we go into opacity, we can paint, and you see the mesh actually completely disappears, which is kind of neat to be able to see this in real time. But like all the others, you could also just use a mask. This could be good to hide certain things, or a lot of tricks like that. One more thing about the opacity is you can limit that to just be the diffuse. This will allow the reflection map to show on top. So let's try that out real quick. We crank up our reflection, add the opacity. We set this to diffuse only. And as we paint, it's also completely invisible, but the reflection remains. That's really cool for glass type surfaces. And you also notice it maintains the speck highlights as well. Another thing worth noting before I forget is you can use CGFX shaders in here. And there's some documentation on there, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because Luis Krull had recently released a CGFX writing training DVD, and he uses Maya, but this could also apply to Mudbox, which is pretty cool. There are other options in here like bump map and even vector displacement map, but that's pretty much all the main ones I wanted to cover. I'd like to quickly show painting across multiple UV tiles. And the best way to show that is I'm back in 3ds Max, and you can see this is a standard cube. And I added a UV unwrap modifier on here. And if I go in here, you notice I'd split all of these UVs and kept them in their own tile. So you may want different textures on different parts of your model, so you could separate those out. If you had a character and it had armor, you could have the character UVs in here, and off to the side you could have the armor UVs, but keeping it as on the same material or the same mesh. And the thing to note is this will not work if the UVs are welded and connected to a single UV. This will give an error in Mudbox, and it won't work as you expect. But if you have these off in their own grid, in their own tile, then this technique should work. So as long as you have your UVs laid out right, you can send this over to Mudbox. We'll just send it as a brand new scene. And here we have our cube. And we could add some subdivision levels. So we have a nice smooth cube. And we're having these camera problems. That's because it brought in a 3ds Max camera. We'll just look through the perspective camera. Okay. And if we go in the UVs, you really can't see much in here. But let's go ahead and go into our paint layers. And we'll create a new diffuse. And let's go ahead and add some texture details on here. And you notice it is letting us paint the way we would want. even though those UVs are outside the 0 to 1, if they're in their own tile. So you see we have these, and if we go back to our UV view, you can see now these are laid out the way you would expect. And this is just a good thing to point out. I think it's a newer feature to be able to paint outside the 0 to 1 range and have different UV sets or UV tiles in here. And it's very useful and it's a nice addition. Alright, so a few more of these paint tools down here to go through. We have the projection, and the projection is pretty simple and very useful. And it's basically designed to be used with one of these stencils. So if we make a new diffuse layer, pick TIFF, and we notice we get this error, the projection brush is designed to work with a stencil. So here are the provided stencils. And you can see some of them have color and some of them are black and white. The black and white ones are mainly used for sculpting, and the color ones can be used for painting. You can see here. So to paint this on, we can move this around, and you notice also our stencils we can control here if we wanted to modify that to fit our model better. So once we have where we want, we can press Q, or when we start painting it should hide it. And then we just start painting this on, and it's going through the texture onto the surface. Also, it's worth noting, unless you want an actual tint, you should probably set this to white. Hit done. Go back to our projection stencil, and we can paint this on to our layer. And it's pretty much just projecting this texture down. And there you go. Now, you have your stencil properties in here and your projection properties when you select the brush. There's no real surprises. They all have the same pretty much settings as all the other ones. You can also select textures from your image browser. Like I was mentioning before, you can select a picture of a face. You just set this as your stencil. Then you go back to your 3D view. And with your projection, you can just start painting this in. And that's one of the best ways to just get some texture information from an image over to your scene. So I'll turn that off and delete the layer. Now we're back to our original diffuse. The eyedropper will just sample any color that you have. So first we'll go to our paintbrush. You can also go here to the colors palette, use the eyedropper, get pretty much any color in your scene. It's also just down here as its own tool. But as you can see, it only has one property, and that's the color. The airbrush is very similar to the paintbrush, except it's much softer, and it's used a greater fall-off range, like an airbrush kind of spraying from an infinite center all the way out to the size of your brush. It's very soft. One thing worth noting about the airbrush is there can be some limitations in the soft gradation when you have a large brush, and it could actually cause artifacts when you're using 8-bit images. I haven't particularly seen this, but it's good to use 16-bit or floating paint layers whenever painting with an airbrush if you run across those artifacts. Other than that, got the same kind of settings. Pencil, very similar to Photoshop. It just draws a line. It's very hard. It's good for writing or something like that. Paint erase, we already went over. It's like the layer erase tool. It just removes the information. And also there's this clone tool. We selected, it says hold down Control key to choose a sampling point. Now, if we just try what it says, we hold down Control anywhere and start painting, you notice nothing quite happens. And it seems like there's a limitation that it will only work on painted colors that you've actually painted onto your model, and it won't work if you actually have a texture applied in that diffuse slot. So that's kind of a weird limitation, and just to kind of prove that, if we just make a new layer, or we could have done it on that layer too, and let's just paint some sort of anything on here. So now we have some hand-painted details here. And now we go to the clone tool, hold down control over this, and now you notice that will carry over. And if you hold it down in one of these other areas, it will just erase it. So that's something to keep in mind. This clone tool does seem to have a lot of limitations. I hope they expand this, or I hope I'm not completely missing something, but it would be nice to be able to clone from images and stuff like that. The dry brush is really neat, and let's see what its settings. You have its size and its strength. And a lot of these just have the exact same settings. They just have different primary functions. So if we paint on here, you notice that the dry brush is working at a very large scale. Let's try to make our brush go down. You also notice that it's orienting to the surface. If you don't like that, turn that down. You can see how it's getting into those cracks. And you can remember, if you hold down control, it'll invert the function. And this is based off of the height of the surface and stuff like that, and you can see how it's getting in these lower areas, and that could be really nice to fill in some specific details in specific areas. And this has sort of a dry brush technique, like when you're painting, and it only gets the top surface or the bottom. The nice thing about digital is you can invert the function. Also, real quick, we have blur and dodge and stuff like that. And also, all of these tools here do not seem to work on this diffuse image. So in order to demonstrate this, we really need to create a new paint layer. And on this new paint layer, we can even try painting in some stamp details. Let's see here what we have. So you notice we have this sprayed on. And let's also try a stencil just to see how it works. We have this brick. And we'll go to our paintbrush. And keep in mind, whenever we are using the paintbrush with a stencil, it's only going to paint the color of the actual paintbrush onto that surface. If you actually want the color of the image itself, you need to use a projection brush. And also keep in mind, you want that projection brush to be white to get all of that information. So we get the brick information here. You can use a paintbrush with one of these more black and white, because it's going to be black and white anyways. You can just get some specific kind of details in here. This is just to show the three different, you have the stamp, the stencil with the brush, and then the projected details here. And now if we go over to the blur tool, we can see we can actually blur that stamp. We can blur the stencil, and we can even blur the projected texture. So keep in mind, if you do want to use some of these tools, you'd want to project that information onto the surface instead of just loading a texture. Because when you load a texture, it's kind of hard coding that into that layer, and it's just something to keep in mind. So the blur, as you can see here, will blur. You sometimes can use this in just specific areas. Dodge, just like the dodge in Photoshop. Contrast will increase contrast. Sponge tends to desaturate it. And don't forget, you can always hold down Control to do the opposite, which would oversaturate it. Hue will adjust the hue based off this color right here. Hue Shift will adjust the hue based off this amount here on the color wheel. So you can play with that. Invert will invert it. Very common from Photoshop. And burn is like the opposite of the dodge. You also notice if you hold down Control, it's doing the dodge pretty much. If you hold down, and then if you let go, it will burn it. Same goes with the dodge tool. Hold down Control and it will burn it. And while I'm here, I can demonstrate the mask. If you click Add Layer Mask, you can actually add these layer masks in here and use the paintbrush to actually mask this out with black or white. So pick up black, and you can actually paint that out. And you can even add another mask and paint out some more. That's really powerful and flexible to add a bunch of masks to get exactly what you would want, to be able to throw layers of anything you'd want down and just start modifying it like crazy. I'll delete that. And if I haven't showed it already, there are the layer blends, and these are exactly like Photoshop, and you can go through these and they'll have different effects on how they blend with the layer underneath it. So a lot of practical uses I may have for this. Go ahead and hide that layer and make another one. I usually tend to make a multiply layer, and you can go in and paint a lot of things in here. So if we turn the strength down, and we can go in here and just paint sometimes fake AO or some details in the darker areas. And if you hold down Control, it'll invert that. And for a lot of environment stuff, I'll have a multiply layer and another layer, which would be a screen or a color dodge. Usually I like color dodge. And then in here, I'll pick more of a grayish color and bring out some of the higher edges. The problem with the gray is you can't hold down Control because the negative is also gray. So you can try white, but you would need to have a really low strength. And it doesn't work quite so well on character faces, but I use it a lot on environment stuff. And I'd like to show you one workaround with that texture not being editable by these tools. If we go and I'll delete this one paint layer. All right, so it took me a little while to understand this, but when we go into our material, we have this texture here, and this is kind of hard-coded as a base. It's not actually even part of this layer. If you notice, we turn that layer down, the texture is still at 100%. So this really is just for showing a texture on a model and not being able to really edit it. And it is kind of limiting. So there are better ways to do this. So to get rid of this, The only way to get rid of this is actually select all the text in here and remove it, and then that will remove the texture. So in this paint layer, what we can do is take this into Photoshop and paint on it. So we can just have this selected, take our paint layers and go export channels to PSD. And that's going to open up in here in Photoshop. You can see we have our layout, and if you have an existing texture, you can open that up and just drop it into this PSD. And you notice it is a different size, so you want to keep an eye on that and make sure it's the same size. There we go. So now that's in that PSD. We save it, we close it, we go back into Mudbox, re-import the channels, close it, and now we have that same texture on here, but it's not in this diffuse slot. And you notice we try to manipulate the layer here, but actually made a new layer to put it on. And you see we can now manipulate this texture. So now if we go in with our clone brush or whatever, we can actually clone that section. And also remember that if you want to clone it exactly, keep that color at white, or the other color information will change it considerably. So you set that to white, press Control, and we can now clone the way we wanted to. Same goes for any of these other tools. We can now use those the way we want. So this is a good thing to know how to do. Now there's another way we could do this. Let me go ahead and hide that layer, and we have this other layer. If you hold down Alt-T on your keyboard, it will flatten that mesh out to UV space. And you can see it's a real tiny down here because our UVs are real tiny for some reason. You can see it right here. And we want to try to get this straight. And if you select your object, you can also press F and it will kind of center it. And then it's easy to rotate around. And once we have that, we can use our projection with our textures. So we can go into our image browser, or we can just go over here, back to our camera, our stencil. We can import a stencil. Go to our projection, and we hold down S and modify this texture to line up as close as we can. And once we have it about where we want it, we can just paint. And it's going to paint that directly on those UVs. All right. Now we can hide our stencil. Press Alt-T again. And to access this, you can also access it from the mesh, flatten UV space, unflatten UV face. And we can press A to kind of center everything, and we look back. And we also have this information that we can modify. So although I did show in this material there's ways that you can plug in textures here, it seems like it's just not a very good option if you do want to change those textures later. It is a good option to just quickly put a texture on something to sculpt on, so you can sculpt with those details visible and to quickly get some texture information here. But when you want to paint manually and to modify those paint colors and do all the cool tools that they have down here, you need to bake that down into the layer somehow. And that was two different ways, as you can see, to get that baked down. Another thing that's kind of related, we just make a new layer here. And now we're in projection. It's asking for a stencil. So we can go back to our camera. We can turn on the stencil. We can pick a new one. Let's just go to our image browser. And we'll pick this face, set it as the stencil. You notice it popped up over here. And we can edit the stencil by holding down S, like I said before. But you can actually edit it in much more detail if you go Edit Stencil. Once you're in this mode, it looks and the S keys still work to be able to change it around and stuff. But what is nice is you can go into your sculpt tools and we can begin to manipulate this image. So let's make our brush a little bit bigger, and then we can actually start warping this texture to fit more appropriately on this model. Let's say we wanted to get some of that chin area going on. So now we can sculpt this. And you kind of get the point. And you can also go into this paintbrush and you can actually edit the stencil in this way, removing areas and modifying them with some of these tools. When you're done, you can hit done. Then it pops back. And you can notice over here, it's created another image that's going to be used as the stencil. So we can go back into our projection. And we can line it back up after we made our changes. Then now we can paint this on. That is a really cool trick, and it is good to know that you can do that. Also, in this edit stencil box that opens up, I just wanted to show that by default it's set to monochrome and transparent. But you can click these other things to have it show the color version that's transparent or just an opaque color version. The opaque colored version is good to be able to see it, to position it in the way you may want before you make it transparent. Another thing I want to show real quick is the camera image plane. There is a place where you can put a reference image in your scene. And you can also do that from the image browser. If you select an image and then there's this little camera icon, you can set that. And also these two icons here, you can see negative as flat color if you wanted, or refresh the image in case you needed to do that, if you saved it on your hard drive or something like that. So as we go back, you notice that this has shown up now because it's pretty much just turned on right here. And you can select different images here, play with the depth, the visibility. Now over here we have these stencil controls, and it's kind of misleading because you actually can't control this with these hotkeys. You need to actually press E, and then you can right click to adjust the depth. And if you hold E and middle click, we'll move it. And if you hold down E and regular click, it'll rotate it. But you can change the scale down here in the transformation. And also, if you middle drag and then left click drag, it will actually zoom it. That's a little awkward. I kind of wish they would have done right click and left click at the same time or something, but it is kind of hidden in there if you need to do it. Now, once you have this in place, it's nice in the background for your reference. And if you want to move them together, you can hold down Control-Alt. And when you rotate your scene, it'll actually rotate the reference image and the model, which is kind of cool. So it's kind of stuck to his head. You are restricted from rotating it side to side. It'll only rotate along this screen axis, but it is pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. In this section, I'd like to go over the pose tools and a lot of the newer functionality this has added to Mudbox. So you can see the tab here, Pose Tools, and there's really only 4 options here: create joint, pose, weights, move, pivot. It seems very limited, but it is very powerful. So we have our character here, and he doesn't have any legs, but I think it'll be fine for this demonstration. So you'll notice that the character is very high res now. So if we activate this character just by selecting him, generally you don't want to pose this guy around at a high poly state unless your computer can handle it. One workflow for this is to create a new layer, and on this layer pose your character, so you can turn this pose off really quick and have several different poses. Now if we had this at level 0 and we were to pose this, let me just show that real quick. If we put a pose here, move him around. Now, this pose is on this layer, which is nice. And you can go page up to see the high-res detail, but you can't really turn this layer off and toggle different poses really fast at the highest subdivision level. So if you want to be able to have different poses and switch from them really fast, you can actually pose the high poly model. It's really just a workflow issue, and whatever works for you. You can go back down to the first subdivision level and then switch poses and then go back up, and it's just completely up to your workflow. So I'm going to keep it low res for now, and I will go ahead and delete this by holding down Control, and I'll delete the layer too. So now we're back to the original model. I'll make a new layer, and this create joint creates like these joints that have bones connected to them. You can visualize a skeleton or something like that. And by default, one joint at a time is selected. So if you just click in here and drag, you'll notice it'll have this flow angle, and anywhere this line is pointed, that's the direction of the transition between the bones. So you can see this arrow here. The farther that you drag this arrow out, the bigger the transition. So if you make this really big and click, there's this huge transition between the two. Now if you just click and drag another one, you'll notice that it just replaces the old one. That's because we have this one joint at a time selected. So if you just click and drag a little, it'll have a really sharp transition between there. And you'll notice that the placement is set to interior, which means that it's going to be inside the mesh instead of on top of the surface. You can switch that there. Mirror is off because we have one joint at a time selected. But if you uncheck one joint at a time, mirror becomes available. And if we choose X here, we can hold down Control to get rid of that one. And if we drag out another one, you'll notice that it created a mirror version on this side. So now we have those two bones, and then we can actually create another one down here and eventually just create an entire skeleton to be able to move this guy around. So the weights are set to automatic. You can have this follow the topology, or you can have it to click and paint. And click and paint will go into the weights. This screen is showing you the weighting of that transition. So if you choose the weight, you can actually paint with that selected. You can paint where you want that to be influenced. If you had the create joint set to click and paint, then you would have just immediately need to start painting that after you created the joint, instead of having it automatically do it for you. The fall off is the fall off of that transition, similar to the way we talked about the fall offs here on the brushes. So now once you have joints, you're going to want to pose them. So if you just select in any of these areas where they have been created, you'll notice that it is in a hierarchy, which is really cool. So you can just select the actual joint itself and rotate. If you go up and down, it's going to rotate like a ball joint. If you go side to side, it's going to go that direction as well. And it looks really nice for a default skinned object. You can also click just in this green area and drag, and it's going to go based off the screen space. So wherever the camera is, it's going to rotate that. And if you hold down Control, it's pretty much going to invert whatever you're trying to do. So it'll just move the body. If you hold down the middle mouse button and go in the screen area, it's going to move that. And if you hold down the middle mouse button on the actual joint, it's going to scale it. Now it's doing some sort of non-uniform scale based off my mouse position. But if you hold down Shift, it will scale it in a uniform way. And if you hold down Control while you do it, it's going to scale the body. And it's very intuitive. It's based off the same logic as a lot of the other tools by holding down Control or holding down Shift, and it'll do different things. And once you have the pose kind of the way you want it, let me move this back. You can click Create Joint, and that kind of commits the pose. And then it's in this layer. So if you turn it off, you can see the changes. And we can create a new layer, and we'll go ahead and delete that other one. So we're kind of back to where we started. The joints still exist, and everything is ready to be posed again. Now, like I said before, you can hold down Control and delete these. And you notice that it's also deleting the mirrored version, I guess because mirror is on. So I'll just quickly create this again. And now we have our posable character. And then in this pose tool, we have the invert function, which is basically the same thing as holding down the Control key. And normalize, I think, is a newer feature. And it basically normalizes the weighting between all the joints proportionally and makes sure that that works as you would expect. So now I will pose this character. And now when we have a pose that we like sometimes you may want to pose this character in order to sculpt in specific areas or to present it for your portfolio. And when you get the pose you like, you want to click away to kind of commit that pose. And then it's saved into the layer for now. So if we go to our windows, they have a poses window, and this is the little dialog box that opens up. And here we can save and switch our poses very quickly. So in here we can go ahead and hit Save New Pose As Pose 01. And if we change this pose around some, we can quickly go back to that pose that we have created. But if you wanted, you could also update the pose. And now if we move it somewhere else, it'll go back to there. And you can delete it or rename it. Make sure you click Create Joint. It's important to remember that this is on its own layer, so we can kind of get back to his T-pose. But if you actually want to get back into a posed position of his T-pose where the skeleton is actually in there, you'd want to save that before you do any other posing. And that's an important point to keep in mind, especially when you have a skeleton and it's all complex. Now, some of the other tools in here, we have weights. I kind of already explained that. It's very self-explanatory, and it's got a lot of the tools of the brush. And when you have a certain joint selected, you can see the green. And we can go in here on these weights and be able to change that influence whenever that mesh is being deformed. And we also have Move Pivot, so we can move these pivots around, and then that pivot of that bone will be changed. The weighting stays the same, so it's still going to influence these verts, but the way that this thing pivots is going to pivot like back from his elbow or something like that. So it's good to be able to move these things around without affecting the weights. And this also has its own mirror functionality. So you may want to turn this off when you move it around. As you can see, I didn't have that on and it kind of messed that up. Alright, so now I'm just going to go back to before I had any bones in here. So now we're back at our default state. The good thing about doing all your posing and weighting inside Mudbox is you can quickly go back to your highest subdivision level. But if you're more comfortable in doing these bones and this weighting in 3ds Max or Maya, you can actually do that. So at our lowest subdivision level, we can actually take this and let's go ahead and select it. And we can send this over to 3ds Max as a new scene. And we have our character here. And we can just do the same kind of thing where we're in our bones tool and we can create our bones here. and I'll just try to line it up a little bit. It's not very important, but I just want to kind of show this off. So now I'm going to add a skin modifier. And in here we can add the bones we just created. Alright, so you notice if I move this around, it's going to move the actual mesh around. And the default skinning of this is not as good as I would hope. Seems like Mudbox does a pretty good job with this, but if we just expand this envelope out to kind of cover that, and now if we move this around, it works a lot better. But let's say you spend a lot of time and you have this guy already rigged and with the skeleton in here, and you would like to actually take this into Mudbox to sculpt. I've tried several times to have this automatically update in Mudbox, but it will crash every time, and I'm not sure if it's just a limitation or if it's not supported or what. This may be supported in the future, and it would save a few steps, but I'd like to show a couple workarounds. So I'm going to go ahead and name this mesh something different, like character bones. And when you rename this, when I bring this back into Mudbox, it won't try to overwrite the original. And all I have to do is select the mesh, and then we can go File, Send to Mudbox, and we want to update the current scene. So now in here we basically have two versions of the same low poly mesh. One has the high res detail and the other doesn't. So if we go in here, we can go ahead and hide the original one, and now we have this new one. And if we go to our pose tools, you'll notice this new one has the rig built in. So we can actually go in here and move this around and pose it the way we'd want. Now, the bad thing is it no longer has all that high res detail. But there is a workaround. We can use the transfer details in order to get this looking the way it was. So it's in here. If we go Mesh, Transfer Details, we can basically select the target, which is going to be this new character bones, and then the source, which is going to be the level 4 of that other one. And if I haven't already talked about this, you can pretty much leave the defaults. I mean, they're both pretty good. And it's going to automatically subdivide the mesh, and it's going to do, we can even transfer the sculpt layers and all that other stuff. So then we'll just hit Transfer Details. And now that's done, and you notice we have all our detail right back. And it looks like there's almost no drawback to this. So that's a quick way to get your characters skinned in 3ds Max with the rig, maybe even a biped, and then bring it in here to be able to control it. So we can actually pose a high res if you wanted. As you could see, it takes a few minutes when you click, but once you click, it's pretty fast. And I think that is a pretty cool addition. Also in the pose tools, I'd like to show real quick that you can have multiple objects weighted to one bone or joint. If I just create a new joint here in the neck, and we'll bring it up, you'll notice he also has these things in his head and his eyes. So all we have to do with that joint active, we can just go to our weight tool, and we could actually paint the weight manually on these other objects. You can also just select and hit flood down here, also on these objects here and the eyes. Now when you go to the pose and we rotate his head, you notice that everything follows along. Now it's kind of a hidden feature, but it's very intuitive and very useful. And I think that's pretty much it for the pose tools. It's very simple, but very practical. And I hope you enjoyed it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next section. Curves are an interesting idea, and it helps you to be able to sculpt in on a predefined curve to be able to get really smooth details. So you'll notice the curve menu here. You can create a new curve from scratch, or you can actually create curves that already exist. So we have the circle, French, square. So we just select French curve. And you notice it comes in the scene really large. And to be able to control these curves, basically we just need to press the C key on our keyboard and then use our logical scale, rotate, and move, like in our viewport, to control this. So we hold down C, we right click, and when we do that, you notice it says you need to select the curve. So the curve's not actually selected by default, you actually select it in here. And now you're in like an editing mode, and now you can easily manipulate this, move it around, rotate it. And if you hold down Alt, it will move the character around. And you hold down C and it moves this around. Now if you get close to a point and you click it, it's going to move these points around. And you could just click in anywhere in here with standard click and move these things around. Now the purpose of these is to be able to sculpt this detail onto the surface. So once you have this curve the way you want it, you just need to hit the return key. Or you can go in this curves and end curve. You notice it has a return hotkey there. And basically your brush is just going to snap to this surface. You notice how my brush kind of just snaps over there as you paint, and it will follow this outline. So if I just start clicking and dragging, it follows the curve quite nice. Now another thing you can do to get this information onto the surface is use the stroke on curve. And this is an interesting idea to be able to put stamps and stuff like that. Now, if you want to get a really good impact, you can increase this number and just hit OK, and you notice it comes out on the surface really nicely. And in this object list is where you can actually delete the curve and select different curves. Also, we can just create a new curve if we wanted. And you notice we have the degree here, which is going to be kind of how the softness of the interpolation between the points. So if we increase this degree, you notice that it gets much softer. And then you could have this intensity variation to change that as well. And you just hit enter when you're done. And these things are very simple, and it really serves one purpose, to be able to do this. So now if we go to our stroke on curve, you have the equal spacing option, and that's going to give it equal spacing the way you would expect. And you notice here how we have this curve. You can also use stamps on this. And that's pretty much the basics of curves. Also, if you look up here at these cameras, if you select any of these, they do have their own properties, but you notice that some of them have a little bit different properties. Like perspective does not have lock rotate, but the top does. So in order to get to the top view, you can right click these and look through them. So now we're in a top view. And while we can zoom in and pan, we cannot rotate it. You can actually overwrite this if you want. So let's say we can allow rotation. And now this is kind of an orthographic top view that's been changed. You can always hit reset and it'll reset it the way it was, which is really cool. So I'll go ahead and check that again. 2D transform, it has orthographic on. You can manually set the FOV and the planes. You can turn these individually on and off for each. Also, if you wanted, you can actually create a new camera. And the properties will be down here. Sometimes whenever you import a scene from 3ds Max, it will bring in its own camera. So if we can go in here, we'll say we want orthographic off. The field of view, we can do something really crazy, like for an Unreal type camera. And now I did type all this in, but we're still in the top view. So you have to right click this, look through it, and then now we're looking through it. You can hit A to kind of center everything. And now we got our camera here. And you notice the field of view is really making this guy seem much larger than he is. You can see the arms are getting stretched out and stuff like that. And that's just the field of view, and that's just a camera effect. I think default is 45 or something. If we look up here at the perspective, they have a field of view of 27. I guess it's much lower because it's easier to sculpt that. But if you need to get a certain effect, you can change this field of view here to get really nice looking renders for your portfolio. These 2D transform tools, I don't really use these that much, but these are kind of local settings based off the camera. So you have this 2D angle. If you wanted, you can actually change this angle here or the position and stuff like that. Now, another thing in the cameras is if you go into your preferences and you go into the camera drop-down, there are some settings in here, and you'll notice that the default camera style is set to default, but you can actually change that to trackball. And if you did change it to trackball, it just does a different way of rotating around your meshes. So you notice if you start rotating this, it gets kind of wonky. It is nice when you're in real close to get some nice details around meshes. It's just a much different feel to the camera when you're trying to navigate around things. I'm going to go ahead and set that back because I think the default works really well. And you notice if we hit reset on this, it's going to reset all of those parameters and let us start back over. Also, it's worth re-mentioning that these camera bookmarks are very handy. So we add a camera bookmark here, and we can move over to here. And we have these things saved with a screenshot to be able to go quickly back to them, especially if you're trying to sculpt in certain areas or you want to see it back at a certain angle while you're sculpting in close. You can quickly do that. Also, there are lights in here, and these lights are very similar to the lights in any other 3D package where you can change the actual diffuse color, and it changes the lighting of your entire scene. Now, it's important to remember this whenever you're trying to texture or using it in the painting, that it does change the look of your model drastically. So it's usually good to texture and do your painting in a default white light environment, and then you can have a different lighting setup. Now, you do have these lighting presets, so if you like this default one, you can actually just create a lighting preset, call it default, and you notice it created it in here. It's kind of hard to tell where to put it right here. And then you could select some of these other ones that exist and check out all the different ideas that they've prepackaged. And if you look down here, you'll notice that basically they just have these lights, different intensities, scales. You have it locked to camera with shadows. I'll go ahead and show you what some of these do. You can simply delete these lights like any other object. Now, it does need one light in the scene, so you can't really delete all the lights, but we can create a new light, and they have point, directional, and image base. So we'll start with point. Now we have our standard light, and you can click show light so we can see where this thing is, and it's exactly in the center of the scene, which doesn't really help us too much because it's under the character and you can't really see what's going on. So to show some of this a little better, I'm going to go ahead and reopen the scene. And now we're back to our default light at a 0.8 intensity. We hit show light. You can see that this is actually not a point light, but it's a directional light. And it's coming from outer space somewhere. And it is locked to the camera, so no matter where we look, it's going to be shooting at this character at the angle that the camera is looking from. But if we unchecked lock to camera and then we circled around him, you notice that the light is stuck into place. And this is actually preferred in a lot of cases when you're trying to render out shots, to be able to have a specific light direction that is not the camera. When it's the camera, it's almost like a flash on a camera, and it's nice for sculpting, but for presentation, usually it's not that good. Show manipulator. This is good if you want to actually adjust this light. So now we can rotate the direction of it. You can change the color. Has its own shadows properties. So if we click cast shadows, and we can set the resolution of the shadow maps in here to get some really nice quality shadow maps. Usually you want to put this pretty high if you want really sharp shadows. The the map bias, and this is going to be how the shadow, how close it gets to the surface when it comes off of there, and how far you want that to come off. And we can create another light. You can create a point light this time. And we need to hit show light, show manipulator, and now we can actually move this thing around. Let's give it like a bluish color. This can be good for some localized lighting that's not coming from the moon or something like that, maybe a street light. So you can really have some specific lighting here. You can set the intensity come down. The light decay is how strong or the attenuation of that light as it goes out. The scale is just a physical idea of where it's at. Sometimes if your scene is really different scale, you may want to do that. And lights are very simple, but they do add a dramatic effect to your scene, and it's great for presentation and rendering out things. So like I said, when you're done, you can save this out, or you can click one of these other defaults that you've already created to get back there. Also, the last light type, if we go to lights, there's an image-based light. And when that comes in, it's kind of bright, so let's go ahead and turn down our default light. It comes in with a image-based light file. And we can see that as well here. May want to rotate it. You can load in other light profiles. They have different effects. It's very simple, but it is an option to have some nice HDR type lighting. Here I have the scene to our final project, and I just wanted to show the viewport filters. Even though they're very self-explanatory, Tone Mapper will tone map the scene based off these settings here. Gamma controls the overall brightness. This could be good for testing your viewport out when wanting to know how it will look on a console or different devices. The luminance max can be used with the gamma to set how bright things can get, and can help with making things look more or less contrasty. It's pretty much like a clamp on the brightness. The adaptation time is pretty much telling you how long it will take for the animation to take place, because the screen does adjust based on the pixels and how bright they are and stuff like that. So that'll just make it go faster. The adaptation epsilon, this is a bias setting for determining the priority for remapping the values in the view. Never use it, don't really understand it too much. The level count, this will specify the amount of blur in the glare effect, because all these are the glare controls. You can increase the glare scale here, and the glare bias limits the glare to the highlights and stuff like that. Depth of field is pretty simple. You can have these controls that are basically on a camera and set where the camera should be looking. If I zoom in, you can see now we're getting some blurring along the edges. You can control how much of that blur happens and exactly the depth of field here. And you notice the tone mapping is animating to show the difference. And that was that animation field I was mentioning. Cavity, ambient occlusion, and ambient occlusion are more of the practical ones that I use a lot. And the cavity is just going to put some darkness inside the cracks and the very fine details. So you could set the strength, how dark that's going to be. Let's toggle it. You can see how it made those cracks really dark. The sample radius, cutoff radius, these are all basic settings. The ambient occlusion is for where light isn't supposed to be affecting the mesh, so it's almost like a shadow The number of casts tells how many rays to be used to make them more accurate. The directions are increasing the randomness of those rays and how they're going to come at this scene to be able to figure out where light would not hit to figure out that ambient occlusion range. The cast length is going to tell how far out that will go. So you notice it's much tighter now. The fade is going to fade it out based off the setting. If you have a high fade, it would pretty much eventually go away. The darkness, how dark it is. The blur pretty much just blurs the final and makes it a little more soft. The blur radius is how much. Only AO is nice to kind of see what's going on here. So if I turn off my cavity, you can see what the cavity is doing. You can see what the ambient occlusion is doing. So it's really good to use this only AO to really get it the way you want it to be able to see what's going on. Screen distance is just telling it how far things away from the camera. It's good for getting this into Photoshop to be able to do certain kind of blur effects or depth of field post-processed effects. But this really helps you to get this image for compositing or other tricks. Normal map will take this and put lights in the scene to make it look like if it were a flat normal map. So you can sculpt all this detail and then capture the screen to have a normal map ready to use for a game engine or something else. And oh, one interesting thing on the screen distance, you can actually just save this out as a 16-bit image. That's pretty cool. It saves you some steps. Non-photorealistic is just to make it look kind of cartoony and stuff. It has all these different parameters to be able to change the look. And that's about as far as I want to go with these. They're pretty simple and they can give you some different looking effects in the viewport. Practically, I may use tone mapper, ambient occlusion, and cavity map, and that's pretty much it. I love the ambient occlusion and cavity. It really helps bring out the details while you're sculpting and also makes a final look a lot better when you're doing screen grabs and stuff like that. I'd now like to go over some of the map extraction options. So you can go here under Map, Extract Texture Maps, make a new operation. And there's a lot of different options in here. We briefly went over transfer paint layers whenever we were going in the painting section. So you may want to refer back to that. Besides that, there is ambient occlusion, vector displacement, and normal map. Ambient occlusion, displacement, and normal map are all kind of the same. They can be used the same way. The only exception is vector displacement map. While it can be used like the other ones, it has a limitation. And that limitation is in ambient occlusion, you'll notice down here at the bottom, you could set the method to from subdivision to raycasting. And what this basically means is in raycasting, you can have arbitrary meshes being captured from. So you could have a mesh that is a low poly mesh, and the high poly mesh can be 10 different meshes at different subdivision levels, different topology, and it's okay. It'll use these ray castings to find those meshes and capture the information. With subdivision, it needs the same topology and the same mesh, this same kind of mesh with the same topology to be able to capture that information. Now you notice in vector displacement map, it doesn't even have the option. So vector displacement map is kind of limiting in that it would be really nice if they had the raycasting in here. Maybe they'll add it in the future. So we'll skip this one for now, and we're going to use the ambient occlusion. So in this scene, for a test, we can just try to capture this entire thing. That would be interesting to see. It's not too much different than using the viewport filters over here, as we can just click AO only and get a screen capture of this. But rendering it out gives you more details and quality control, also for normal map and displacement. So in order to do this, we need a plane that fits this exactly. So we can actually just create one. So it created a plane there, and I'm going to close this for now. We're going to select it, and we're just going to move it into place. And you can manually type this stuff in too. And you see I have that tone mapping on. It's kind of annoying. I'll turn that off. We can go to our front view. And that looks about right. All right, so now we just kind of need to name this something where we can find it easy. So now we'll go back to our operation that we already had, and it remembered everything. So in the target models, it says low resolution mesh. We want to add the selected capture plane. And you'll notice in our UV view, this does have UVs. And in our source models, we want everything else. So we'll select everything, add all. Then we just need to find our capture plane and remove it. Now in our other settings, we can set the quality to be best. The method, we want raycasting. And in the raycasting, it's asking for a search distance. Now, how do we figure out the search distance? You can click best guess. Usually that doesn't really do much for me, but one thing we can do is we can create a mesh. We'll create another plane. Let's say we translate this up 30. And you can see that gap there is pretty much 30. And is that enough to cover that entire surface? Maybe we need to add a little bit more. So we'll delete this plane. Go back into our settings here, and we can set this to something like 50. That should be enough. We can keep this to further outside, or it could be further inside if this was enclosed, or closest to the mesh. We'll keep further outside. The defaults seem to work all right. The image size, you can set this to any size. We'll go ahead and do 2048. Put some anti-aliasing on there. This shadow map resolution is going to be the quality of those shadows. So you can crank this up to get some really nice shadows. It may take a long time to extract. Keep that in mind. Shadow darkness, you can crank this up if you want a little bit darker. You could do all these things. A lot of these things you can kind of do in Photoshop, so you don't want to get too crazy in here. And then we need the base file name. So we'll just pick something. We could pick AO test. And it's going to be an 8-bit map. We really don't need any more information. You can choose some of the EXR and stuff in here, but there really is not much of a benefit to doing that. So preview as diffuse is going to apply this into a paint layer on the diffuse channel. So you can easily turn it off and on and see what it looks like on that plane, which is kind of nice. And with all these settings, we can go down to displacement, and it remembers everything we have added here. So we can do all this together. It has the same image sizes and everything. We just need to pick the file name. And here we can pick a 8-bit displacement, or you can even do 16-bit or OpenEXR. And it's going to preview this as a bump map. That's fine. And then we have our normal map. In here you can set this to Maya, Soft Modular 3ds Max, depending on what you want to take this into. And we can set this as normal. And these are also going to preview. Now with all this set up, we should be able to hit extract and see what happens. Alright, so now it's done. We can hit OK. And we can close this. And now if we see our mesh, you can see it has the images already applied to it. So it has the AO test, bump map, normal map. On these you can right click and solo as diffuse, kind of see what it looks like. And that's basically how that works for those. Now, like I mentioned before, this unfortunately will not work with vector displacement maps. So we will go ahead and delete this. And you notice the operation is even here as a separate node, but we don't even need the operation anymore. So we can go in here and delete this. So now we want to create a new operation, but this time we're going to choose vector displacement. Now, the problem with this is we can only use a single mesh and only something that has the same underlying topology. So I'm going to hide the ones that we're not going to mess with. So if we look at these have some interesting details. Let's see. None of them are exactly undercut. There might be a little here to show off the vector displacement. All right, so we'll go ahead and choose this one up here. Now this is wall TM. Now in order to get this mesh, we need to actually bring it in from 3ds Max. So here we are in the scene. This was the low poly that was taken in. And this is that piece that we need. So if we look at this, we'll go ahead and temporarily check out the UVs. Open this in the UV editor. And we notice these UVs are really small in this scene. So one way we can get around that would be to use this, and let's just fill in this whole area. That way we get a nice size displacement map. All right, also now that this is square and the other one isn't, we can go ahead and scale this until it's a square, or roughly a square. That looks all right. Now we'll just go ahead and send this over to Mudbox and update the scene. Now it's trying to transfer the details. We'll hit cancel. And the reason for this is because of the name. So we'll name this capture. Now we'll try it again. And now you see it came in. It's got some wonky looking material on here, so let's go ahead and just put the default on there. And let's go ahead and translate this out a little bit. All right. So if you look, I just really want to capture this area up here with the detail. So the target model is going to be the one we have selected now. And the source model, let's go ahead and select that. And we have our image size. We can make it a pretty large image, add some anti-aliasing. And here is where they have different vector space options. And the important thing to remember here is when choosing these, relative tangent is going to be used when you want to use this as a stencil or a stamp inside Mudbox. So it's going to go on a static object, like something for environments or something that's not really going to move or deform. But this absolute tangent is something they created to be able to put on characters that will deform. There's good reasons for this and some that are beyond my understanding, but I know practically how this is supposed to work, and just keep that in mind. Now, if you want to take this map into another program like Maya or 3ds Max, they are recommending that you use object instead of relative for non-deformable objects, but absolute will always be for deformable objects. World is the most basic, used for completely static, non-moving meshes. But we're just going to pick the default relative tangent. It works, 90% of the time. So let's stick with that. And let's go ahead and give this file name. And it needs underscore VDM in order for it to work. If you don't have that, an error will pop up. And we'll go ahead and hit extract. Okay, so now it's done. And just to show it off real quick, we can go to our stencils, just add our stencil. We can add it in right here. It'll come in at the end over here. Let's go ahead and create a new mesh. We'll create a cube. Comes in down here. We'll assign a default material to it. And let's go ahead and subdivide it a bunch of times. And we'll select our stencil. And you notice it has these lines going through it. I'm not exactly sure why it did this. It could be because I scaled it. I'm not exactly sure that I scaled the capture mesh. But let's see if it works. Now you can see we paint this in and we get our detail. If you had this on its own layer, you could really mask some of this out and see what you want to keep, stuff like that. But it looks pretty good. There's a lot of detail that was captured in there. It was really quick and easy. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. We could press A to frame everything. And that's pretty much it in these options. I mean, we did have the transfer paint layers, but I had already gone through that, so I don't really wanted to go through it again. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the map extractions. I'd like to show also this option, sculpt using map. So to do that, I'll just create a plane. And practically this can be used on meshes that you have already created and they have textures. And then you can apply this and have the texture kind of deform the surface to kind of give you a head start in sculpting. And this is very useful for environment work. To show this off, what I'm going to do is actually just apply the reference image that we have for the wall, just to kind of show you how it works. Basically, you just need to select the mesh, and it's good to kind of subdivide this a few times. And then we need to select our map. And for the map space, we can just use normal. That works great for what we're doing, just trying to displace this surface. So let's just try that and see what happens. Now there does seem to be a little problem with this whenever you actually subdivide it after you do this operation. So let's see what happens if we delete the operation. We'll go ahead and delete these layers. So it does create layers, which is nice. So now let's go ahead and create a new operation. And this time it's already subdivided. We'll select the plane. We'll select the image and we'll hit go. And now you see it actually worked. And that's the reason I left this in here. It looks like a mistake, but it is something that you'd run into if you tried subdividing it after. So just keep that in mind. You can see we actually have the details in here from that image. So we can go ahead and do it again if you want to get even more detail in there. And then you could take one of these and tone it down a little bit. You can go in here, get your mask brush, and mask some of this out and just keep the ones you want and start sculpting on top of that. It can be a really nice and quick way to get a head start on sculpting. And they do have this advanced section where you can select a mid value. If your mid value is more of a grayscale, you can set this to 128 or something. You can increase the effect and the multiplier. Let's say we pick 10. And then the mask map, you can actually mask this effect with a separate texture if you wanted to do that. So now we could hit go. And you know it's crazy now because we have this one we just created that was set at 10. I just multiplied it. So let's try 2. And you can see even 2 is way too much. There's a very sensitive value there. It's better just do 1, and you can do it multiple times if you want. And that's a pretty basic tool, but very useful. I use it all the time in environment production. So, and that's it. Mudbox also has some nice rendering options. Here in the render tab, you can actually save a nice screen image based off of whatever you see in your viewport, without the grid, of course, and the gradient background. And then you can save this out any size you want. And this is great for marketing images or to do all kind of compositing in Photoshop. And basically you just hit whatever size you want, save image, and you just save it. You pick JPEG or PNG. PNG is usually a little bit better because it's a lossless format. You can see here if I open it up that it comes with a nice alpha, so you can put in your own background. But it did include the grid actually. So if you want to remove that grid, you're probably going to turn the grid off, and you can do that here. And then do that again. And you could also turn on your viewport filters, kind of have some nice ambient occlusion and all that. And you can tweak these before you take your screen capture. And then we'll try it again. Try it really big this time. You can see now it came in much larger. It doesn't have the grid, and it has all the post effects. A lot of times you may want to have these in a separate layer or something, so you may want to turn some of this stuff off and have it on a separate layer. Like in this case, you can have the ambient occlusion set to only AO, and then you can render it out. You could turn these off and do another one. Then you could composite these on and be able to mask it out and stuff like that. Also, you could do this screen distance to be able to get a nice mask to be able to use for a lens blur or something like that. So let's show that real quick. You can get a nice good range in here, and then save the image. You can bring this in. And these could be used. Very cool effect. So if you just take this, copy it, and we'll put it in an alpha channel. Now we can go in here, filter, blur, lens blur. We can choose a source to be the alpha. And you can see here how we can start dialing in that focus and really making it look nice in here. And we could even mask this out after the fact as well. But it does give you a whole lot more control than you're able to have in Mudbox itself. Alright, so that's very useful. But now they also have record movie. And this is kind of like what I'm doing now, recording the viewport. You can also have it to where it actually records everything in Mudbox, the menus and everything, like you're given a short tutorial, but there's no real audio settings here, so you'd have to do some kind of voiceover. So here we can capture just a 3D view. You could set the size, which is nice, and you can set the frame rate. Also, you can have it pause whenever it's idle, so in case you stop working and come back, it won't eat up all the space in the file size. And then you just basically hit start recording. And now it's recording. And now as I tumble around, we'll be able to see what it records. And then if I just leave it idle for a while and not do anything, it should have paused the recording. Also, down here at the bottom, you see a pause button where you can pause it and continue. Then you can just hit stop when you're done. We'll go ahead and save it. There is also an option there to delete it. Now we can open up the movie. It does open up by default. And it plays. And you notice that pause wasn't there whenever I had the character just sitting still. Also, they have the Create Turntable movie. This can be based off wherever your camera is currently. So if we go Render, Create Turntable, you have a lot of the same options. Number of frames is going to be how fast or slow the turn is. Anti-aliasing is good if you want to have that. It may take a little longer, but it's worth it. You could choose your movie format. Just hit Create. And now it's going to go through and create that video. Once it's done, it'll say it was created successfully, and it'll open up automatically. And here we have it on a nice black background, and it's turning around perfectly. It does have this strange artifacting at the very last frame. I'm not exactly sure why it does that. But just to show you, if you were to just zoom in on his face, and then we're just going to create another turntable movie. Now you notice it created the turntable right around that area, and it looks really nice. So that's pretty much the rendering options, and they're very useful, and we'd love to see any screen grabs or videos posted in our forum. Alright, here is a scene in 3ds Max, and I just wanted to go over it a little and show you how it was constructed before we take it into Mudbox. You can see here in the Scene Explorer all the different elements or objects in this scene. So the box is just this utility box up here. The braces are these little gadgets that hold some things together. And the brick backing is kind of hard to see, but if you look at here, I basically just put the bricks as a separate object, so whenever we cut a hole out of this geometry by sculpting in Mudbox, we can see some actual physical bricks underneath it. And I think it'll look better in the long run rather than trying to sculpt each brick out of one piece of geometry. Also, you'll notice that this wall is broken up into different segments. And the reason I did that is because this is where the majority of the detail is going to be sculpted. And I wanted to make sure that we had enough polygons to get the kind of detail we want. So down here, we're probably going to want more polygons than over here, and I don't want to waste the space. Also up here, we can get away with less, but up here I may want to put some more detail. So that's why I split it up. In case we have 1,000,000 polygons on one, it would be very difficult if there was like 10 million on the whole thing. So next we have these pipes. Pretty self-explanatory. These were created with splines. And these ridge pieces that connect to the wall. And these things do go into the back, so when we sculpt in, you won't see the edges. Now you'll see here if I turn on edges that the wires relative to themselves have pretty much the same density of polygons. You notice how small these are going around. this is the uniformity of the polygons that's going to be important when I subdivide these wires. And the reason that is if one wire had twice as many polygons as another and I subdivided the whole thing, that one wire would have many more polygons than the rest. And you want to try to distribute that detail evenly across all the surfaces unless you have a specific reason. Same with these ridges. They have about the same size polygons throughout all of them, the wall as well. And this is very important when you're sculpting to be able to not run into problems where you want to add more detail in areas and it's just impossible to get that detail. Now to get these wires looking the way I did, basically I just had placed a spline, and I can show you one real quick if you want. I go into my front view, make a spline, and then you can make it renderable. And you'll notice that the polygons are not evenly distributed on here. And the way to get around that is first you can go into your interpolation, and you want to make sure you turn optimize off, and we'll take the steps down to something either 1, 0 is a little too small as you can see here, but if you just have like maybe one step, you can see that these steps are pretty much evenly spaced going around the spline. And now if you normalize that spline with a low strength of say 5 or 2, or the lower you have this, the more segments will be. And then if you add edit spline on top of that, you'll notice now it's more evenly spaced. You can see that there are kind of rectangles here. So if you go back down to here and set it to 1, and then go back up, you can see now it's getting closer to being perfect squares all the way around. And then you'll just want to match up all your wires to be looking around the same. Now I said all that, but with wires, you really don't need to sculpt a lot of detail on wires. We may end up spraying some dirt clumps or something on here, but really wires don't really require a whole lot of detail because they're round and they generally can get away with less. So that's just a way that I also use to make the pipes, and started off with these ridges and stuff like that. So the main point of this is to make sure you unify your polygons before taking in Mudbox, and to try to think through exactly where you want to spend your time and your detail and prepare those places before getting into Mudbox, sculpting, and realizing that it's not going to work. Another thing I wanted to show real quick about the materials is in here, you don't want to have a lot of different materials assigned here unless you want those different materials to be in Mudbox. So if you wanted a different texture on the pipes already kind of applied, you could do that here and it would save some time. Or you could come back and probably do it later with the connection between Mudbox and 3ds Max. But for now, we're just going to select everything and assign just a default material. That way we know everything as one material. And on this bottom piece, I want to assign this texture that we have here, assign the diffuse, and we just want to have that so we can sculpt some of the detail only on that one piece. So now that we have these two and they're named something that we can understand and see easily in Mudbox, we can go ahead and close that. And also this, I wanted to show quickly, this is a Scene Explorer. You can get those from your tools, open a new Scene Explorer, and you can notice it's pretty crowded with stuff. But if you wanted to take a lot of this stuff away, you could go in here and customize, and you could turn all of this stuff off. And you can even turn off the menu to get this nice, small, compact interface. And if you also want the hidden, you can right-click, configure columns. There's a lot of things in here that you can toggle, like maybe hidden or perhaps even frozen would be nice. And then you can have this nice compact way of quickly selecting things, freezing them, hiding them, and so on. Another option would be using a plugin called Zookeeper, which is not free, but there is an old version called eFear Scene Manager that works pretty well. It's kind of the same, but it has tons more features. It also has this place for your layers and The amount of features this thing is kind of mind-blowing of what it can do, but just for simple scene organization, it's a really nice plugin. But for these simple things we're doing, you can also just use a scene manager here to quickly select and hide. Alright, so now we're going to select everything and go to Send to Mudbox, and you can send to new scene or a current scene. I currently have a scene open, but you can just select new scene or current scene, it doesn't matter. Then it pops open Mudbox 2012, and it has this warning that you're importing a high resolution mesh with no subdivision levels. This is probably referring to the wires because they are pretty high poly, but we don't really care about that. So just go ahead and hit OK, or you can hit don't show again if you don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so when it comes in, you'll notice the textures are all kind of messed up and the material. So we really just want to assign more of a default material on these things. You'll notice if you just select one and click one of these materials, it's going to change the materials of all the ones that have the same material in 3ds Max. And the same down here with this one. We can go into our object select and assign this material just by clicking it. And you'll notice it now has that nice clay look, but on this one it's actually showing the texture. In 3ds Max we had that hidden, but in here it comes invisible. If you want to hide that, you can just go over to the layers tab with that piece selected or last selected, and you can turn the opacity down or up, and you can see why I wanted to preserve this texture. It was because I want to be able to sculpt some of this detail in to reveal the bricks underneath, and it's really nice to have a kind of a texture to guide you. Now if you wanted this texture on the other wall pieces, you could do that by going over to each one of these wall pieces, and the material override, we'd want to select the wall textures, and you could see how all of a sudden this all has that texture. Another way to do this would be just to have that assigned in 3ds Max. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. Alright. Then we'll go in here and we'll go ahead for now and put this paint layer on this object down to 0. Okay. And you also notice I have some ambient occlusion turned on in the viewport filter, and this just makes it some of the details stand out and some of the pipes stand out from the background. It's a lot easier to see. You can see my settings here. I basically just had to change the cast length, and I increased the darkness a little, I think. And also you can play around with some of these lighting presets. I think I selected this one or one and tweak the lights a little bit. Anyway, so now that you have all this stuff in here, we want to look in our object list and just see how everything's going. You can see we have those two textures here, and we have this default material that I think comes with a new scene. We have our lights and the cameras. Now, it's important that you go through and check each one of your meshes and make sure there's not going to be a problem when you subdivide them before you start sculpting. So usually what I do is I go in each one and I'm just going to subdivide them at least once or twice just to see how it's going to look. First I'll turn on wireframe by hitting W so I can kind of see what's going on. So we can see here, and then we'll hit Shift D, and everything looks alright there. You can hit Shift D again. Now if you select the pipes, they have 2 subdivision level now, and if you look down here, selected is 49,000 polygons. Now for our testing that's fine, and we really don't want to start putting too many polygons in this scene until we really want to use them. So I'll go ahead and hit page down to go back down to the lower subdivision level. Now when you have your brush over something and you hit page up or page down, it's going to take whatever your brush is over to start going down or up the subdivision levels. Alright, now you noticed that this piece back here got subdivided when we hit Shift D the second time. And that was because our brush was actually over that when we hit Shift D. So if I just put my brush over here and hit Shift D, you notice it subdivides that. Now that one down there. And you just need to be careful. Just because the last thing you had selected was subdivided, it's not going to necessarily do that again. It's going to be wherever your brush is kind of hovering. So keep that in mind. We'll go here and we'll Shift D that to see how that subdivides. Everything's looking good there. We'll get these ridges, subdivide them. Those are looking pretty good. We're looking for any obvious problems that we'd have when sculpting, maybe pinched vertices, pinch smoothing, or just some wonkiness. Get these things. Now on these things, we will Shift D those, and they're looking good. We'll go down here, over here, and also this box. Now on this box, we didn't add edge loops near the edges, so if we hit Shift D, it's not going to subdivide the way we want. So in here, we're going to go into our options and turn off smooth positions. And then we'll go ahead and hit Shift D a couple times. And you can see those edges are getting close there. And then we'll go ahead and turn that back on. And hit Shift D again. And that looks perfect. So you can see our scene total is now 700,000 polygons. So we're getting up there. But we really haven't divided anything enough to really start adding details. But it's a good place to start and to check everything. And once you've kind of checked everything, you're going to want to probably hit page down on all the things to make sure it doesn't slow down your viewport. You can also do shifting on the wires, but keep in mind that is going to increase the polygon count quite a bit. Alright, so everything seems to be checking out okay. And everything's looking pretty good, so now we can start sculpting. Alright, so to start off here, it looks like I forgot to subdivide the brick, so I'll go ahead and hide this bottom wall piece, go to the bricks, and I'm going to subdivide it with the smooth positions off about 3 times, and then I'll go in and subdivide it again with it back on to get a nice surface to sculpt on. Then I'll unhide the wall piece again, and I'll subdivide this bottom wall piece another time to get some good detail in here. Now we want to bring this texture back up and then start sculpting this large inset detail. I'll play around with my brush fall off here. I really want something deep to be able to carve into the surface. So I'll bring this point all the way up and bring these back. And I'll probably need to freeze this and then bring it in. So I'm going to go ahead and go down here and switch to the freeze brush. And I'm just going to paint in all of these areas that I want to affect. So I'll use a very broad brush to paint in most of the area first. And then I'll make the brush smaller and go in here and try to get as close to this edge as possible. Now it's not going to be able to get it exactly the way you want because there's not enough polygons and it would just take too long. But we really just want a rough guideline. And then I'll invert the mask and then use the move tool or the grab tool and just bring this back until we can see the bricks. So I'll make my brush really large. Then I'll bring it in about the back of the brick right there. That looks alright. And now I will unfreeze everything. And now I'm going to make my brush considerably smaller. And I'm going back to my wall piece here. And I'm going to make a new layer to be able to sculpt the rest of this edge detail out. And I need to make sure to get this brush because I really like this brush, and I'm going to store it to the fall off there, as you can see. That way I can quickly access it again. And I'm going to make the brush small and just try to carve the rest of this detail out as close as possible. And it looks like I'm hitting my brick there, so I may want to lock that layer. So I'll go back to my bricks, lock it, and now I can't affect those bricks anymore. So now it's easy to get caught up in here, and it looks like there's not very many polygons to get the exact detail you would need. So I'm going to first just isolate these two objects to keep performance really good. And I'm going to go in here and do as best I can at this subdivision level to get this edge defined. So this is something that may seem a little tedious, but I think it's going to sell it a lot better in the long run. So I'm just trying to quickly follow this in kind of a random pattern to be able to get some randomness in there, but to follow the outline of the texture as much as possible. And I did try a couple different ways to do this brick design from the image. I tried sculpting the bricks in to this wall plane geometry, and it just didn't look as good as having these bricks as separate objects. So I went with what looked better, and it took a while to figure out exactly what would look best, but in this case, this is the way I wanted to demonstrate on the DVD. So it's really nice to have those bricks as separate and not having to fight with getting those corners exactly right. It really helps in the AO and in the depth of the piece. So here I'm just following along the image like I was before, but trying to not spend a lot of time here. This part shouldn't take too long because the image has done a lot of the work for you. And we want to try to preserve some of this white detail that's kind of above the brick, but still lower than the wall itself. So looks like we may go in on another pass or another layer and do that. But for now, I'm just trying to preserve that as much as possible, because it is nice to have some of the detail come on top of the brick and under it. Gives really nice depth. And just finishing up down here with this cutout. Just trying to keep it as sharp looking as possible. That's the nice thing about that fall off that we made. Alright, so now on the second layer I'm going to use less strength and paint some of this detail in. And you can see that darkness where I'm painting. That's because I have the post-process ambient occlusion turned on. I really like sculpting with this because it helped show kind of what the final would look like before I got there by giving it extra depth and lighting and stuff like that. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger and try to push this in. Makes it a little lumpy, so I don't really quite like that, but it's quick. So I'll just paint this in, soften it, and then I'll try to use this little flattened brush to flatten it back out to get some of the lumps out. It's probably not the most efficient way. We could have done the freeze again and pushed it back in, but this is such a small area that we can just use a brush. And I'm just tapping some of this in to kind of bring it down. Really, the bigger size of brush you can get away with here, the better. It would mean less lumps. And these lumps are kind of annoying in the long run. But if you just keep noodling it, it'll eventually look the way you want. I'm going to push these down up here. And really you want some kind of lumps for the final, but not nearly as many as we're seeing here. Because it looks like a lot of the detail is more surface detail rather than these large ones. But it's good to have a little range of details because it helps if you plan on making a normal map with this, and with lighting especially. It's always nice to have the lights bending around destroyed concrete. on a micro and macro scale. Now you can see I'm in here tediously tapping some of these lumps out. So it's probably not the most efficient way to get what I'm going for here. But I'm just going to fight through it until I get something I'm happy with. Alright, so a little bit more here. I'm trying to leave a little extra on the outside so it's kind of bending up before it goes down. It's almost like a little lip. Sometimes that looks nice. Makes it look like it's been forced. And now I'm going to go back to this flatten brush and try to clean up some of the mess a little faster than tapping it in with a standard brush. And you have to be careful here not to interfere with the edges that you carved out. So you might have to make the brush smaller. And I think I'm happy with the way that turned out. So now we have this other area up here. So we're going to try to do a very similar thing. We're going to choose our fall off we created and try to use it as big as we can to push this in. And then when we got that in, we're going to make the brush a lot smaller and go in here and start tracing the detail from the image. And this is really the same as before, but it's good to have places where this exists and not. It really gives variation instead of having the same exact outline across the whole destroyed area. And really, a good reference piece will help you out instead of having to figure this out on your own. The reference piece that I'm using was a composite image from several other images. And I just took the best elements of a few different pictures and decided it would be fun to sculpt. Alright, so this is looking decent in here. So we'll go up here in this crack and try to bring this in somewhat, even though there is a sort of blend between this and the actual wall. So we don't want to lose that subtle variation. You can see it's getting a little lumpy in there too, so I'll go ahead and flatten that out. Alright, so that's about as far as we can take it at this subdivision level. So I'm going to add another one with smooth position off. That way we preserve a lot of that hard edge detail we made. And it looks like we'll add another subdivision level with smooth back on, but we're going to go back to the fourth subdivision level on a new layer and start carving in this edge to make it look even better, since we have a lot more polygons to work with here. So I'm using the sculpt brush with our fall off, and this fall off, it looks like it's making it more lumpy than I would like, but it seems to be working for me. But it looks like I probably should have experimented with a different fall off. But in order to get rid of some of those lumps, you just got to kind of sculpt them out. And you want some lumpage because it is broken concrete, but not too much. And you can see sometimes when you're painting in these tight corners that the polygons kind of get in your way. They get stretched in weird ways, but hopefully up underneath bricks and where the brick and the cement interact, it will hide some of that. So I'm just trying to push this in, sculpt it to where it looks more like a hard edge believable crack and not too smooth like lumpy clay. We want to try to get this nice and sharp like concrete. And sometimes that takes time and effort, because one of the major problems I see with concrete sculpts is it looks very clay-like, lumpy and rubbery. And it's very easy to do because it's almost like a clay surface inside of Mudbox here. And they do have some tools like to flatten, and you could use stamps and stuff like that, but it really takes the artistic eye to know how much is enough and when to just keep messing with it until it looks right. And really, just using the standard sculpt brush can really do most of the work for you if you just know how to use it and just have that eye to see when it's not working and what to change. So really, so far, I've just been using the sculpt and the flatten a little bit to get rid of some of those larger lumps, but most of the details will be done using the two different extreme fall-offs. One is the outer one that we made, and the other is the one I'm currently using, as you can see, which is the concave brush, which really gives it a nice pinch feel when you're sculpting to really get into cracks and corners and stuff like that. I really love those two brushes the most when doing concrete sculpts. And in here, you can see I'm trying to paint in some of the detail, these random lumps that are at a smaller frequency by hand. And also using that concave brush to paint in some of the outer edges to make it seem like it has that lip. All right, so it looks like I'm going to add another subdivision level, which this should be the 5th. So there was only 4 before. And this also was with the smooth position off to keep those hard edges. You can see those hard edges are there, but there's a lot more detail there than it looks like. I just hate when you do all of these edits and then you use smooth position and then it kind of softens everything and makes it look even more lumpy. So sometimes it's better to turn that off to preserve some of those hard edges that you've already made. And Michael Pavlovich does this in his character DVDs when bringing in the low poly mesh. He'll block in the forms on the low poly at a pretty low subdivision level, and then he'll turn off smooth positions and then subdivide it. And that way you don't lose those forms that you've built. All right, so here you can see I'm trying to find some of the detail on a micro level, and just especially around the edges. This can really help sell this as concrete. And right now I'm using that large convex brush that we made to purposefully put in some lumpage near the cracked areas. And I'm trying to randomly find some areas to bring out some larger details, because you can't just have an even amount of lumps everywhere. The image can help do most of that because it's already defined in there, but sometimes you just need to go in and randomly put in something and start seeing patterns that you can start bringing out, like what I'm doing right here. I don't think that exists in the image, but it's starting to look kind of cool. So now we're going to go back around the broken areas here and just try to bring some of this out at the smallest level possible. And really, some of these finer details can get lost and you can't appreciate them. And it's really a fine line between spending way too much time in these smaller areas that people probably won't even notice. But you do want to make the scene as a whole believable, or in a stylized way that you're going for. So sometimes it may be good to just take a step back, move on to the next section, like the bricks or under the bricks, before you just waste way too much time in these areas here. I wouldn't spend more than an hour or so. This video captures about 25 minutes, 28 minutes. But it probably took me an hour or two to actually sculpt this. But this was carefully edited to remove a lot of the boring, repetitive parts, because after a while you kind of get the point. Alright, so now we're basically doing the same kind of thing over here, trying to keep that hard edge and also trying to bring in some smaller details here along the cracked areas. that we can exploit later to turn into groups of larger details that kind of make sense. Alright, we're moving down here. It still looks a little clay-like and lumpy. We are zoomed in quite a lot, so when you actually zoom out to a reasonable level, it will probably not be so bad. Now I'm using that really convex brush and sprinkling in a little larger details and then smoothing them out a little bit, trying to just push that mesh in right there. Alright, moving on down, almost done with this part. Don't want to linger in one area too long, just keep moving. You have a lot of area to cover. And you can see if I zoom out here, it's not looking too bad. If I turn the texture off, you could see what you're actually getting out of it. And so it's good to kind of leave that off for now and just see what we can do without it. So I'm going to go up in here on the same mesh behind the bricks and start bringing, as quick as I can, some of that detail up around the corners of the brick. And this is a very important step that really helps sell the piece, I think. And you can see here, it really makes it feel like there's mortar that was just squished around it before it hardened. And some of it, you can see here, we can put up on top of it like it had, the brick had been pushed back in and eroded over it and stuff like that. It's really good to get a little messy with this because this could be lingering pieces of wall or concrete or whatever it was that was put on top of these brick before it had broken off. And then you have the mortar that's in between the brick that was used to bind the bricks together. So this is really the fun part because you get in here and trace these bricks out and start seeing that it's looking really cool. It's a lot of these details going around it. Now it looks way too lumpy right now, and we're really going for depth in this piece. We really want to make these things sink into the mesh itself instead of just being floating on top. And if I zoom in here, you can kind of see the progress we're making. And when you look up here, it looks very flat. So I'm going to go in with a much larger brush and try to find some larger details to bring this out and to give it some variation. That way it just doesn't look like a boring flat piece. Same over here. We want to try to discover some kind of interesting detail here instead of having it just boring and flat. And you can see here after just, putting some random patterns in here, next thing you know, you start to find areas where you can really get the most out of it to make it look much more attractive. Alright, and also up here, it looks like this part needs to come down just a little bit. You have to be careful though, because you don't want to bring in the wall too, which it looks like I did a little. And I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. Also up here near the cracks, it would be a good place to put some of that wall coming up over it. And this is a large area to cover, but we're just going to try to quickly get as much as we can. And I'm going to go ahead and put another layer up here, and I'm going to call it stamps, not spray. And with a spray brush, the goal here is to spray in some of this detail. But you see, first I need to add some randomization in here to make it work the way you would expect. And I really love this stamp. And the goal for this stamp is to spray the stuff on and use some of the patterns that it creates to discover different patterns, like larger patterns. And not only that, but it does give that very micro level of detail that starts helping the piece sell as old concrete that's broken up. But I think one of the more valuable reasons for using it is to go back over it when you're done to find tons of interesting patterns and details, and trying to outline a lot of sections to make it feel really stylized and realistic at the same time. So now I'm getting the brush super large. That way I could just get something in there. That way it's just not just super smooth surface. And the good thing about having on its own layer is that we can mask out a lot of this if it's just too much. So it's almost better to put a little extra in. That way we can take it back off if needed. So now you can see I've chosen a different stamp now, and this one more is a lump brush, the what I'm using it for, and it just gives some really interesting patterns in there. So now I'm gonna lock the wall and unlock the brick. That way we can start doing something with these brick, because they're just not looking like they're part of this mesh anymore at all. Since we've detailed up the wall, we need to put some level of detail on the brick and try to build this up together instead of separately. So now I'm just using the same on a level 4 detail in a new layer. I'm choosing that detail stamp, and you can see I'm checking out the fall off here. It looks like 4 levels just isn't enough to get the kind of detail I really want to start sculpting on. So I'm going back down to the brick at the 5th subdivision level, and I'm going to start using some of those patterns that we created to carve in some much more user-defined details that really help make it look not as random as if it was made this way or chipped off, and much more interesting. You can see how I'm tracing this detail line here and down here. These things you can't really get with a stamp. With the stamp can add some level of detail, but especially down here at the bottom, you want to wear a little extra out to make it look like gravity and erosion is kind of doing something to it along the edges too, like it's been hit or something like that. And this can be a very time-consuming and tedious process, so you want to make sure not to spend a lot of time here, but just to quickly get something there that we can use later when we add the smaller and finalized details. So you can see I'm just really painting in areas on each brick that would make that brick kind of be unique, because you don't want them all to be unique and you don't want them all to be the same. So we are just trying to let some of these bricks stand out, like this one here, just really carving in some of these details. And this could be considered a blocking out step. Even though we're at a high subdivision level, I think this works out really nice. And I really like this brush that we made, this fall off, because it can really seem like concrete when you're sculpting in. Alright, so I'm just going along these edges and seeing where I can get away with cutting in some details and breaking up a lot of these straight lines, because you don't want a whole lot of perfectly straight lines in a scene like this. You don't want to mess up every straight line, because then that would have the opposite negative effect. So we want to, especially at the bottom, tend to put a little extra detail and make the brush smaller, and it really cuts it in nicely. And it's something we can definitely go with. Alright, so just going along here, I realize that this would take a long time, so I'm just trying to go as quickly as possible here. You can see it's something to start with. It's nowhere near the final, but definitely a step in the right direction, and we can bring this whole thing up as a piece together instead of getting hyper focused on one area. Alright, so to start off here, it looks like I forgot to subdivide the brick, so I'll go ahead and hide this bottom wall piece, go to the bricks, and I'm going to subdivide it with the smooth positions off about 3 times, and then I'll go in and subdivide it again with it back on to get a nice surface to sculpt on. Then I'll unhide the wall piece again, and I'll subdivide this bottom wall piece another time to get some good detail in here. Now we want to bring this texture back up and then start sculpting this large inset detail. I'll play around with my brush fall off here. I really want something deep to be able to carve into the surface. So I'll bring this point all the way up and bring these back. And I'll probably need to freeze this and then bring it in. So I'm going to go ahead and go down here and switch to the freeze brush. And I'm just going to paint in all of these areas that I want to affect. So I'll use a very broad brush to paint in most of the area first. And then I'll make the brush smaller and go in here and try to get as close to this edge as possible. Now it's not going to be able to get it exactly the way you want because there's not enough polygons and it would just take too long. But we really just want a rough guideline. And then I'll invert the mask and then use the move tool or the grab tool and just bring this back until we can see the bricks. So I'll make my brush really large. Then I'll bring it in about the back of the brick right there. That looks alright. And now I will unfreeze everything. And now I'm going to make my brush considerably smaller. And I'm going back to my wall piece here. And I'm going to make a new layer to be able to sculpt the rest of this edge detail out. And I need to make sure to get this brush because I really like this brush, and I'm going to store it to the fall off there, as you can see. That way I can quickly access it again. And I'm going to make the brush small and just try to carve the rest of this detail out as close as possible. And it looks like I'm hitting my brick there, so I may want to lock that layer. So I'll go back to my bricks, lock it, and now I can't affect those bricks anymore. So now it's easy to get caught up in here, and it looks like there's not very many polygons to get the exact detail you would need. So I'm going to first just isolate these two objects to keep performance really good. And I'm going to go in here and do as best I can at this subdivision level to get this edge defined. So this is something that may seem a little tedious, but I think it's going to sell it a lot better in the long run. So I'm just trying to quickly follow this in kind of a random pattern to be able to get some randomness in there, but to follow the outline of the texture as much as possible. And I did try a couple different ways to do this brick design from the image. I tried sculpting the bricks in to this wall plane geometry, and it just didn't look as good as having these bricks as separate objects. So I went with what looked better, and it took a while to figure out exactly what would look best, but in this case, this is the way I wanted to demonstrate on the DVD. So it's really nice to have those bricks as separate and not having to fight with getting those corners exactly right. It really helps in the AO and in the depth of the piece. So here I'm just following along the image like I was before, but trying to not spend a lot of time here. This part shouldn't take too long because the image has done a lot of the work for you. And we want to try to preserve some of this white detail that's kind of above the brick, but still lower than the wall itself. So looks like we may go in on another pass or another layer and do that. But for now, I'm just trying to preserve that as much as possible, because it is nice to have some of the detail come on top of the brick and under it. Gives really nice depth. And just finishing up down here with this cutout. Just trying to keep it as sharp looking as possible. That's the nice thing about that fall off that we made. Alright, so now on the second layer I'm going to use less strength and paint some of this detail in. And you can see that darkness where I'm painting. That's because I have the post-process ambient occlusion turned on. I really like sculpting with this because it helped show kind of what the final would look like before I got there, by giving it extra depth and lighting and stuff like that. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger and try to push this in. Makes it a little lumpy, so I don't really quite like that, but it's quick. So I'll just paint this in, soften it, and then I'll try to use this little flattened brush to flatten it back out to get some of the lumps out. It's probably not the most efficient way. We could have done the freeze again and pushed it back in, but this is such a small area that we can just use a brush. And I'm just tapping some of this in to kind of bring it down. Really, the bigger size of brush you can get away with here, the better. It would mean less lumps. And these lumps, are kind of annoying in the long run. But if you just keep noodling it, it'll eventually look the way you want. I'm going to push these down up here. And really you want some kind of lumps for the final, but not nearly as many as we're seeing here. Because it looks like a lot of the detail is more surface detail rather than these large ones. But it's good to have a little range of details because it helps if you plan on making a normal map with this, and with lighting especially. It's always nice to have the lights bending around destroyed concrete on a micro and macro scale. Now you can see I'm in here tediously tapping some of these lumps out. So it's probably not the most efficient way to get what I'm going for here. But I'm just going to fight through it until I get something I'm happy with. Alright, so a little bit more here. I'm trying to leave a little extra on the outside so it's kind of bending up before it goes down. It's almost like a little lip. Sometimes that looks nice. Makes it look like it's been forced. And now I'm going to go back to this flattened brush and try to clean up some of the mess a little faster than tapping it in with a standard brush. And you have to be careful here not to interfere with the edges that you carved out. So you might have to make the brush smaller. And I think I'm happy with the way that turned out. So now we have this other area up here. So we're going to try to do a very similar thing. We're going to choose our fall off we created and try to use it as big as we can to push this in. And then when we got that in, we're going to make the brush a lot smaller and go in here and start tracing the detail from the image. And this is really the same as before, but it's good to have places where this exists and not. It really gives variation instead of having the same exact outline across the whole destroyed area. And really, a good reference piece will help you out instead of having to figure this out on your own. The reference piece that I'm using was a composite image from several other images. And I just took the best elements of a few different pictures. and decided it would be fun to sculpt. Alright, so this is looking decent in here. So we'll go up here in this crack and try to bring this in somewhat, even though there is a sort of blend between this and the actual wall. So we don't want to lose that subtle variation. You can see it's getting a little lumpy in there too, so I'll go ahead and flatten that out. Alright, so that's about as far as we can take it at this subdivision level, so I'm going to add another one with smooth position off. That way we preserve a lot of that hard edge detail we made. And it looks like we'll add another subdivision level with smooth back on, but we're going to go back to the 4th subdivision level on a new layer and start carving in this edge to make it look even better, since we have a lot more polygons to work with here. So I'm using the sculpt brush with our fall off, and this fall off, it looks like it's making it more lumpy than I would like, but it seems to be working for me. But it looks like I probably should have experimented with a different fall off. But in order to get rid of some of those lumps, you just got to kind of sculpt them out. And you want some lumpage because it is broken concrete, but not too much. And you can see sometimes when you're painting in these tight corners that the polygons kind of get in your way. They get stretched in weird ways, but hopefully up underneath bricks and where the brick and the cement interact, it will hide some of that. So I'm just trying to push this in, sculpt it to where it looks more like a hard edge believable crack and not too smooth like lumpy clay. We want to try to get this nice and sharp like concrete. And sometimes that takes time and effort, because one of the major problems I see with concrete sculpts is it looks very clay-like, lumpy and rubbery. And it's very easy to do because it's almost like a clay surface inside of Mudbox here. And they do have some tools like to flatten, and you could use stamps and stuff like that, but it really takes the artistic eye to know how much is enough and when to just keep messing with it until it looks right. And really, just using the standard sculpt brush can really do most of the work for you if you just know how to use it and just have that eye to see when it's not working and what to change. So really, so far I've just been using the sculpt and the flatten a little bit to get rid of some of those larger lumps, but most of the details will be done using the 2 different extreme fall-offs. One is the outer one that we made, and the other is the one I'm currently using, as you can see, which is the concave brush, which really gives it a nice pinch feel when you're sculpting to really get into cracks and corners and stuff like that. I really love those 2 brushes the most when doing concrete sculpts. And in here, you can see I'm trying to paint in some of the detail, these random lumps that are at a smaller frequency by hand. And also using that concave brush to paint in some of the outer edges to make it seem like it has that lip. Alright, so it looks like I'm going to add another subdivision level, which this should be the 5th. So there was only 4 before. And this also was with the smooth position off to keep those hard edges. You can see those hard edges are there, but there's a lot more detail there than it looks like. I just hate when you do all of these edits and then you use smooth position and then it kind of softens everything and makes it look even more lumpy. So sometimes it's better to turn that off to preserve some of those hard edges that you've already made. And Michael Pavlovich does this in his character DVDs when bringing in the low poly mesh. He'll block in the forms on the low poly at a pretty low subdivision level, and then he'll turn off smooth positions and then subdivide it. And that way you don't lose those forms that you've built. All right, so here you can see I'm trying to find some of the detail on a micro level, and just especially around the edges. This can really help sell this as concrete. And right now I'm using that large convex brush that we made to purposely put in some lumpage near the cracked areas. And I'm trying to randomly find some areas to bring out some larger details, because you can't just have an even amount of lumps everywhere. The image can help do most of that because it's already defined in there, but sometimes you just need to go in and randomly put in something and start seeing patterns that you can start bringing out, like what I'm doing right here. I don't think that exists in the image, but it's starting to look kind of cool. So now we're going to go back around the broken areas here and just try to bring some of this out at the smallest level possible. And really, some of these finer details can get lost and you can't appreciate them. And it's really a fine line between spending way too much time in these smaller areas that people probably won't even notice. But you do want to make the scene as a whole believable, or in a stylized way that you're going for. So sometimes it may be good to just take a step back, move on to the next section, like the bricks or under the bricks, before you just waste way too much time in these areas here. I wouldn't spend more than an hour or so. This video captures about 25 minutes, 28 minutes. But it probably took me an hour or two to actually sculpt this. But this was carefully edited to remove a lot of the boring, repetitive parts, because after a while you kind of get the point. Alright, so now we're basically doing the same kind of thing over here, trying to keep that hard edge and also trying to bring in some smaller details here along the cracked areas that we can exploit later to turn into groups of larger details that kind of make sense. Alright, we're moving down here. It still looks a little clay-like and lumpy. We are zoomed in quite a lot, so when you actually zoom out to a reasonable level, it will probably not be so bad. Now I'm using that really convex brush and sprinkling in a little larger details and then smoothing them out a little bit, trying to just push that mesh in right there. Alright, moving on down, almost done with this part. Don't want to linger in one area too long, just keep moving. You have a lot of area to cover. And you can see if I zoom out here, it's not looking too bad. If I turn the texture off, you could see what you're actually getting out of it. And so it's good to kind of leave that off for now and just see what we can do without it. So I'm going to go up in here on the same mesh behind the bricks and start bringing, as quick as I can, some of that detail up around the corners of the brick. And this is a very important step that really helps sell the piece, I think. And you can see here, it really makes it feel like there's mortar that was just squished around it before it hardened. And some of it, you can see here, we can put up on top of it like it had, the brick had been pushed back in and eroded over it and stuff like that. It's really good to get a little messy with this, because this could be lingering pieces of wall or concrete or whatever it was that was put on top of these brick before it had broken off. And then you have the mortar that's in between the brick that was used to bind the bricks together. So this is really the fun part, because you get in here and trace these bricks out and start seeing that it's looking really cool. It's a lot of these details going around it. Now it looks way too lumpy right now, and we're really going for depth in this piece. We really want to make these things sink into the mesh itself instead of just being floating on top. And if I zoom in here, you can kind of see the progress we're making. And when you look up here, it looks very flat. So I'm going to go in with a much larger brush and try to find some larger details to bring this out and to give it some variation. That way it just doesn't look like a boring flat piece. Same over here. We want to try to discover some kind of interesting detail here instead of having it just boring and flat. And you can see here, after just putting some random patterns in here, next thing you know, you start to find areas where you can really get the most out of it to make it look much more attractive. All right, and also up here, it looks like this part needs to come down just a little bit. You have to be careful though, because you don't want to bring in the wall too, which it looks like I did a little. And I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. Also up here near the cracks, it would be a good place to put some of that wall coming up over it. And this is a large area to cover, but we're just going to try to quickly get as much as we can. And I'm going to go ahead and put another layer up here, and I'm going to call it stamps, not spray. And with a spray brush, the goal here is to spray in some of this detail. But you see, first I need to add some randomization in here to make it work the way you would expect. And I really love this stamp. And the goal for this stamp is to spray the stuff on and use some of the patterns that it creates to discover different patterns, like larger patterns. And not only that, but it does give that very micro level of detail that starts helping the piece sell as old concrete that's broken up. But I think one of the more valuable reasons for using it is to go back over it when you're done to find tons of interesting patterns and details, and trying to outline a lot of sections to make it feel really stylized and realistic at the same time. So now I'm getting the brush super large. That way I could just get something in there. That way it's just not just super smooth surface. And the good thing about having on its own layer is that we can mask out a lot of this if it's just too much. So it's almost better to put a little extra in. That way we can take it back off if needed. So now you can see I've chosen a different stamp now, and this one more is a lump brush, what I'm using it for, and it just gives some really interesting patterns in there. So now I'm gonna lock the wall and unlock the brick. That way we can start doing something with these brick, because they're just not looking like they're part of this mesh anymore at all. Since we've detailed up the wall, we need to put some level of detail on the brick and try to build this up together instead of separately. So now I'm just using the same on a level 4 detail in a new layer. I'm choosing that detail stamp, and you can see I'm checking out the fall off here. It looks like 4 levels just isn't enough to get the kind of detail I really want to start sculpting on. So I'm going back down to the brick at the 5th subdivision level, and I'm going to start using some of those patterns that we created to carve in some much more user-defined details that really help make it look not as random as if it was made this way or chipped off, and much more interesting. You can see how I'm tracing this detail line here and down here. These things you can't really get with a stamp. With the stamp can add some level of detail, but especially down here at the bottom, you want to wear a little extra out to make it look like gravity and erosion is kind of doing something to it along the edges too, like it's been hit or something like that. And this can be a very time-consuming and tedious process, so you want to make sure not to spend a lot of time here, but just to quickly get something there that we can use later when we add the smaller and finalized details. So you can see I'm just really painting in areas on each brick that would make that brick kind of be unique, because you don't want them all to be unique and you don't want them all to be the same. So we are just trying to let some of these bricks stand out, like this one here, just really carving in some of these details. And this could be considered a blocking out step. Even though we're at a high subdivision level, I think this works out really nice. And I really like this brush that we made, this fall off, because it can really seem like concrete when you're sculpting in. Alright, so I'm just going along these edges and seeing where I can get away with cutting in some details and breaking up a lot of these straight lines, because you don't want a whole lot of perfectly straight lines in a scene like this. You don't want to mess up every straight line, because then that would have the opposite negative effect. So we want to, especially at the bottom, tend to put a little extra detail and make the brush smaller, and it really cuts it in nicely. And it's something we can definitely go with. Alright, so just going along here, I realize that this would take a long time, so I'm just trying to go as quickly as possible here. You can see it's something to start with. It's nowhere near the final, but definitely a step in the right direction, and we can bring this whole thing up as a piece together instead of getting hyper-focused on one area. Alright, so I think we've got this to a level that is good enough for now. We don't want to dwell on it like I was saying. We want to bring all this up kind of together so we can see what's working and what needs more attention. So I have everything unhidden here, so I'm going to set the subdivision level down on these just for performance reasons. And now I'm going to go up to these other wall pieces and begin to do the things that I think would be pretty easy, which are carving in some of these larger details where these pipes would go in. These kind of areas are really going to help sell the depth of these, that the concrete is all broken up where these pipes are intersecting and stuff like that. And sometimes you will need to hide the pipes in order to really carve that in the way you would want. And I'm just carving in deep and sometimes smoothing it out to save me some time and trying to even out some of those lumps. And I need to bring those pipes back, so you don't want to carve it in too much, because then the pipe model will run out. We want to make sure that this broken concrete area follows the contour of the pipe as if it's still clung to it. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to carve in where the pipe is and then carve out a little bit around where the pipe is. I'll hide the pipe and just push this in a little and go back around the edges here. And this is something that'll really stand out when we get done. And I'm just kind of randomly putting in some lumps with that same brush that we've been using this whole time. And we're going to remember gravity and kind of bring this stuff down. Makes it look a little more natural. Also down here, we're going to remember to get the underneath of things. and also up under here under these wires. You're going to have a little bit. You just want to keep moving. I mean, the goal here is not to get to the final. It's to define areas of interest and to see what you can get away with before spending too much time in one area. Because really, if you do spend too much time in one area, it can get discouraging whenever the piece as a whole is just not looking good, and you'll lose motivation. But if you can see this thing being built up as a whole, it has a psychological effect of you're getting this thing done. It's looking actually pretty good. You could tell where more attention is needed, and so on. So I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, this is good enough for now. Let's go ahead and move to this middle piece of wall and just kind of bring it up to the same level. Just start carving in where this hose comes in from this box. And this will be a major area of interest, I think, because this could be a really large hole. And this going off the reference image a little, but not too much. We want some creative freedom. The reference image is just to give us ideas. That way we're not just shooting in the dark. We know that the reference image looks cool and we just need to shoot for that. And anything extra along the way is okay. So I'm just going to really carve this in pretty deep. I really want to get this deep so you could see it. And these kind of things are just wonderful for ambient occlusion. I'm going to hide that box a little bit. You have to be a little careful here because there is a seam there, and these seams can be a little annoying. But I think it's better in the long run to have these pieces separate. Alright, so now with that brush, we are just carving away in here, and now I'm carving in some of the lumps to try to give it a very random feel to it, like this piece is heavily destroyed. Alright, so moving along in here. So now we're just going to, time-lapsed a little bit into the future, and all I did was move down to the next part of wall, and we're doing the exact same thing, trying not to dwell in one area too long, finding the areas of interest for the sculpted details, which are around pipe holes and around the pipes themselves. And any areas around here, you can really spend a lot of time here, but just try to pick a few things that are going to be the major areas of interest in this part of the wall. And you can see up here on this pipe, I really want to give the look of accumulated concrete, gunk, and all kind of things that's fallen here. And that'd be a really good place to do it. And also underneath pipes and on top of pipes. As if this has taken a long time to get here. And I'm trying to paint in the details as well, or part of the lumpy details. And now I'm going to go ahead and zoom out, see what we have. Use a new stamp image. And I'm experimenting with the foamy brush here. Kind of does well on top of surfaces, especially on these pipe ridges and stuff like that. So let's see what we have here. We're going to start going on these pipes actually and painting in some of that detail with that stamp. Now you really don't want to do much on the wires, but on these pipes I think it would really help sell it. And there's probably not a whole lot we really need to do to these pipes besides spray in some of these details, because that really may be enough. They are really small parts to the scene, and anything will really help this. And you want to try to think of where these details would end up. You don't want to have it evenly across the whole surface, so you may want more on the tops or the bottoms because of the way rain would fall on it and stuff like that, nature. So I'm trying with a much larger brush and the smaller brush to try to see what works. So some of this experimentation to see what's going to work on the surface and the seam. And sometimes it's different. The key is there's no real hard rules. You just want to find interesting details and patterns. with whatever you use. Going up underneath here especially, I think that'll look good with the lighting and the way the ambient occlusion is going to be falling in the bottom. And the shadows from the light too. Alright, so here we are down here on this pipe hose thing. Just trying to bring these pipes up to a decent level with the rest of the scene. The faster we can get the whole thing looking decent, the more motivated we'll be to finish it, and the better it's going to look, I think, because a finished piece always looks better than a piece that you've only done 10% on. Even if just that corner is perfect, there's not much you can do with that. So now you can see I'm using the grab tool, a very large brush on these wires, and I'm locking the wall layers so I'm not accidentally grabbing them. And you can really easy move these wires around. I'm moving these over to the side here because I wanted to get away from that seam where those walls connect. I should have had this middle wall piece just one solid piece. That would help solve this, but I didn't. And instead of trying to fix that by making it one piece, I'm just going to move these wires over a little. And this is really a quick and natural way to move these things. So now when I have those wires kind of away from that seam, I'm going to just carve in a big chunk in this wall where these wires can really go into this section as if it's supplying electricity to the building inside or something like that. I don't know why they would choose this hole to do that, but a lot of times it doesn't need to, it makes sense. It just needs to look really cool, because we've all seen a lot of things that really don't make a lot of sense, but hey, it looks cool. It's much cooler to have these wires going into the wall than just having them hanging outside. And now that I have kind of the rough area of this hole defined, I'm going to go in with the brush with everything hidden and kind of bring it to the same level of the rest of our holes. Try to define some hard edges around the outside, give some lumps in the middle, and make it as interesting as possible. Make it look not too round. Have some hard edges here and there. A lot of this is going to be hidden by pipes, so just having anything there is going to look good. See, those wires kind of cover up a lot of the edges, but that way we can kind of get away with a lot there. I'm going to move some of these wires and actually have them going into the wall. If we choose the fall off to be that concave one, it can help us grab exact points and bring them in, especially when you're trying to bend these wires into the wall. I'm also going to push these ones up here all the way back and just kind of move them around. That way they're not intersecting the wall too bad. Alright, and then you can go in with a small brush and make it look a little bit more natural, the way that these wires are going into the wall. Like I said, this really doesn't make any sense from an engineering perspective, but I think it looks really cool. Alright, so now that we have those, we'll just go ahead and hide everything so we can see our wall. And you can see it's pretty lumpy looking, but I think it's a good start. And so now I'm bringing these up to their highest subdivision level so we can check it out. So we can see around 3 or 4 subdivisions each. This one has 5. And we're just bringing these others to a similar subdivision level. And we're going to, okay, we'll select this mesh, add a new layer on these other meshes. That way we can start adding another layer of detail on top. And the cool thing about the layers, if we mess up, it's easy to remove, replace, or add to without messing up some of our other layers. Now I'm going to get that same kind of stamp. And we're going to go in and try to give some larger micro details, larger as in size of the stamp. You can see I'm using this kind of concrete looking stamp, plaster, or whatever it is. And you can see it is kind of a pain stamping across these seams. And I didn't quite realize it until a little later that you can actually use stencils to go across these seams a whole lot better. And this is an area that a stencil probably would have been a better choice than the stamps that I'm using now. But as you see, you could really use any one, and really you're going for a certain final look, and how you get there, there's many paths. I'm using a much smaller size stamp, and I'm going in on some of these details that I've made, because I manually sculpted a lot of these lumps in, but I want to get some of these much more interesting looking smaller stamp details on top of what I sculpted. And it's almost like layering. I have what I manually sculpted, I'll stamp some on top, and then I'm going to go in later and manually sculpt on top of that to really bring out some of those details and make them look really nice. Doing the same thing in all these holes, just putting in some stamps, kind of following some of the logic in the manual sculpts of putting a little extra at the bottom or near where things intersect to kind of break up some of those harsh 90-degree angles. You can see here along these wires. You may want to lock those wires so you're not painting on the wires themselves. And you can see how painting some of the stamp detail along these wires path can really help sell it, make it seem like it's really connected to that wall and it's been there for a very long time. And also up under this box, you would expect some kind of specific detail up under there. And now that I have these stamps everywhere, I can go in with a small brush as another layer of manual sculpting and really make this look not so stampy or so uniformly detailed. This pass, I think, is really the beauty pass that helps sell it instead of just stamping details. You really want to get form, then you want to get the details, and then you want to go back in with a small brush and an artistic eye and tie this all together and make it look like it's believable in your scene. And it makes it look much more chunky and like it's actually really concrete or some sort of surface that's just really old and destroyed. And now I'm moving down here to these other wires, just with the very concave small sculpt brush, and just trying to visually find some patterns in here, or something and all of this noise to make it more believable. And also here, it seems like it's going pretty quickly, but I am not spending too much time here either. You could spend a whole lot of time here, but the point of this is to make it more believable. You can see down here in the corner, like I'm doing now, just this little bit that I'm adding makes that detail piece much more interesting. And now I'm just continuing doing this, trying to bring everything up to as good finish quality level as I can. You can see over here where these bricks are, there's still a lot that's undeveloped, and that's still going to have to be done. There's still a lot of large tasks that are kind of neglected down here. You can see as I'm painting in with that small brush, the detail starts coming alive. And you could use a grab brush because sometimes it gets a little too close to the top of that brick, but use all the tools that you feel comfortable with. Really, you just need a sculpt brush and the different fall-offs and the stamps. I mean, that's the majority of what made this whole piece. And since there is so much area here with all the bricks, this part can take a while. I think this entire sculpt may have taken 6 or 7 hours. So it was very long and too long to show in real time. But the good thing is a lot of this information is just repetitive A lot of it has to do with an artistic eye and just random sculpting and finding those interesting patterns. So the technique itself is very easy to demonstrate, even in a time-lapse fashion, because this is really just using a few basic tools. And these layers can be real lifesavers. If you can see some of the noise or the lumps are just getting out of control and you cannot make it work, you can go down the stack and remove some of it. Sometimes it's just too much. And it may have been interesting in this piece to maybe remove a brick and have just a bigger, deeper hole in there. Maybe some wires that would be shown through. That would have been really cool. I just thought of that now. So when you're recreating this, you could elaborate in some of the directions that I was going and see what you can come up with. Maybe find some alternate reference images that could be integrated to composite them in Photoshop and get some interesting ideas. You can see here that this pass here with the small brush is really helping this to be much more believable. Of course, this is a much more time-consuming process, but it really isn't too bad. And as long as you're having fun, you could have this done in a day, and it's not bad at all. It's really fun to see this come together as a whole piece instead of being stuck in one section. I know I say that a lot, but it's a lesson that I had to learn, and it's a very valuable lesson. All right, so now you can see, especially at a distance, that really did pay off, and it's looking great. So now if I zoom in here, you'll notice that in the seams, some of those stamp details just did not do what I was hoping. Like I was saying, instead of using that stencil. So now I'm going to go back to the stamp layer. Good thing I had that layer. And I'm going to actually use a stamp brush itself to mask this out. That way it's just not a uniform masking. And I'll just try different images here for the stamp, and I'm going to go along the seam and carefully remove that because it will show up in the ambient occlusion and in the renders. And it is one of the drawbacks of having separate pieces like this, especially with those large stamps. But as I'll show you, it's really not that big a deal to fix. So now I'm going with a small brush to make sure that that's completely removed, and then I'll maybe scale the brush up and try to tap in a transition. That way it's not so harsh. And we'll do the same thing down here at this seam. Really start getting that seam under control. Now we want to preserve as much details, and we don't want to make it obvious that we were fixing these seams either. So there is a fine line there. And that's why I'm basically using a stamp brush on the mask itself. You could also make the brush really small like I'm doing here and try to find a nice pattern to cover that up. Alright, so once that's pretty much done, we're going to move over to this box, and just that's the one thing that we haven't sculpted yet. Kind of forgot about it. I'm going to start off with the move brush with that concave fall off and try to move this form around just a little bit to make it look a little banged up. You want to try to work from the macro to the micro. So we're just going to start with the form, bend it in just a little, just something. That it's not a perfect box. And may have to use the standard fall off. Sometimes that's the best way to move things. And once we have that, we can go in here, and it looks like I had accidentally sculpted that with something else, but smooth that out a little bit. Now I'm going to just jump right into the stamps on a new layer and just see what I can get away with in the stamp before manually carve it in any details. So on this surface, you would expect a lot of rust and build up. So I'm just going to take a couple different stamps and follow especially where the edges are along this mesh and where they intersect with other meshes, like over here and here. And this perfect 90-degree angle going down really needs to be messed up a little with that stamp brush, especially near the tops. The key to this is to make sure it's not perfect. It's not the same kind of detail everywhere in every corner. And you can see here I'm experimenting with this other brush that I found, these little holes. It's really interesting. I really like the way that it's going. And I have some brushes in here like this interesting scale type brush, but if you use it just right, it has an amazing pattern to it that really sells that this is very worn out. It's almost like you're doing part of the texturing pass and the sculpt. And sometimes that error will come up if you're accidentally trying to sculpt on the wrong thing, but you can ignore it. I'm especially trying to get the corners and leaving some of the open areas untouched. And especially the back where it connects to the wall, we want a little extra detail there. And that looks good for that. And we're going to just go ahead and move down to this. And this detail here, I'm going to try to salvage it, but it just looks too low res. It's probably because I wasn't at a good subdivision level whenever I put this, or the stamp itself is low res. So if you could try to put a higher res stamp on top, or you can go back in and erase it and just redo it. So I'm going to first try to put in this new concrete type texture around. I'm going to spray it around, but be careful to remember the seams. And over here I'm putting a little moving up here, tapping it in. It's a very, very fine detail, probably the finest brush we'll use. But I kind of like the way that it looks. Just a little bit, sometimes barely tapping. Just tapping it in. All right, getting a little more up here. I think that might do it. Now down here, it's just bothering me how low res that looks. I'm going to go with the highest subdivision level, or actually where that one was sculpted, and go in and just mask it out, because it just doesn't look very good. It's a small thing, but good thing that it was on that layer. That way we could just mask it out and preserve the other details we made. So now on the higher subdivision level, we can start putting in some of the details. So this particular stamp is really interesting. It's like drops or something like that, and I really like the effect that it has. So I'm just going to start spraying this everywhere. And then we're going to use stencils. So these stencils will go across the seams really nice, but this particular stencil, this all comes in Mudbox. I'm going to put it at a very low strength and paint it on this box surface. It really has a nice look that would go on there. And while we're in stencils, we're going to take this other one with Mudbox and just use some of these larger details in this image and paint it in. And this is such an interesting detail here that I'm just going to make a new layer eventually and just really go in and make that stand out. But I'm going to go ahead and mask this out a little bit because we don't want too much of that in there. And we may even want it over here because it's ended up being much cooler than I thought. So I'll just take this long detail piece that they have in here, this gash, make a new layer. I'm going to make this pretty low strength, 0.3, and just try to get this as much as I can in here without making it too much, because it could be too much very easy. And sometimes you may need to hide these pipes and wires just so we can get this going right. Alright, so we'll just finish this off up here. We'll go ahead and get this down here too, why not? Can't hurt. It's just going to take longer to tie in, but it looks cool enough, I think. Now we'll go on another layer, and we're going to take first our mask brush and clean it up just a little, because it is a little much where it transitions. And sometimes you may just want to remove whole sections because you just don't want to even try to make that work. And you can see there, we can even change the strength of that layer if it's getting a little too noisy. Because we really just want the predefined detail that we can go in on top of and make look much better. I'm going to start with that concave brush going here. And we just want to use our artistic eye and our sculpt brush and make this stand out as a nice detail piece. So you can see where it's going in. We are going to exaggerate that by sculpting it much deeper in those inset areas. And this also is a very fun part, to take a texture or a stamp or stencil, throw it down, and then to just use your eye to make it look better. Because stamps and stencils are never good for large details. But if you just throw it down, notice some patterns that you like, you can really make a lot out of it. It's much easier to do this starting with a stencil than it is to just try to figure it out in your head. And also these details, as you can see in the post-process effect, are going to make the ambient occlusion just be beautiful. And this can be also a time-consuming process, but if you just pick a couple areas to really focus on this, it'll be worth the time and effort. You can see I'm just following this all the way down. I'm really trying to make this look believable, like a crack, and every time I sculpt it, those other details that I've already sprayed down just help every brush stroke work. You can see here, just this is really the money pass, where you go in with the small brush and just bring that stuff to life. Just bring it out. You can see if some things are just looking boring or just not working, you just go in with that brush and just make it work. You bring some parts out, some parts in, try to find something interesting in the whole lot. Now we're going to move over to this other area we stenciled and do the exact same thing. And this, I think, is one of those areas that will stand out the most. There's not much detail going on with the pipes and the wires. You could experiment with steady stroke. I don't think I've used steady stroke at all in this, but it can help with making specific cracks. And really just going in here and spending as much time as I need to make this as good as possible with the detail that I've already defined with the stamp and the stencils. And I love that post-process ambient occlusion because it really helps you visualize what the final might look like. We're just going to follow this down. Some of these larger areas we can push down with a larger size brush. I really like sticking with the concave here because it tends to preserve a lot of the detail from the stamp and the stencils. And it's really easy to get those smaller crack-like details all the way down the line. All right. Getting these down here, moving along, trying not to get too caught up in one area. And this middle section is really important to help sell this coming all together. Up here, you know, there's a lot of good opportunities to bring this in and give it some really nice depth. So we're not just making a lot of small depth, we're making some larger scale changes. And you could even use that erase brush. The erase brush is similar to the mask, except it just completely eliminates that information. So you can't bring it back even if you wanted. Alright, so now you can see the wall finished. It took a while. I think it was worth it. You can see a lot of those cracks going across. And looks great. So now we're going to go in and see about some final touches here. So on these ridges, I'd like to break those up. We haven't really touched those ridges. I'm going to spray in some details on those. And I call it a ridge, but it's just this pipe with ridges on it. And I think that works out really nice. And we're just trying to find some areas that we haven't really hit yet, because I think we haven't touched any of these ridges. And really, with a harsh brush, we really push those things in. They almost look like they're bent. And that really does look nice on those. All right, going along. We can go along the back side here, even though you can't see it, but you can help the silhouette of it as it connects with the wall. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. We hit everything. We just need to bring everything to this high subdivision level and check it out. And as you could see, especially if we zoom out a distance here, we have everything tied together. You could see a lot of the things we didn't even need to go back and touch because it looks believable. We spent a lot of time on it already. You could really spend forever on a piece like this, but you just take a step back, look at it, and say, you know what, it's working great. There's a whole lot we can do in texturing if we decide to texture this. And we'll just maybe take this out in a max, do some renders, or do some high quality screen grabs from inside Mudbox here. And I think this is about as far as I want to take it because it took a lot longer than I expected. I just wanted to demonstrate some of the basic tools in action so you can get started in Sculpt. But I hope this was informative. You just need a really good reference image, some basic tools, and a lot of practice. You go in here, you make it look good, and if anyone decides to attempt something like this, we would absolutely love the progress posted in our forum. And there's a lot of people who have done the old damaged pillar, the next gen scene, and a lot of other DVDs, and we just love the participation. And I thank everyone for watching this DVD and purchasing it. One of the most notable features of the Mudbox 2012 Subscription Advantage Pack is the Gigotextile engine. And the nice thing about this engine is it's on by default and it just kind of works behind the scenes when you need it. And it just really expands the possibilities when texturing to allow much larger texture sets and to be able to do really high quality film and print work. So to show this off, I have a sphere. I just created a sphere. If we go to the UV view, we notice that it's in a 1-to-1 UV space. Now practically how you would use this, it does a really nice texture optimization when working on multiple tiles. So if you had this, you can imagine this would be the planet Earth or something really large, and you would like to sculpt an insane amount of detail on this. And to be able to do that, you could actually paint a really large texture. You notice that the texture limit here is 4096, but even 4096 just may not be enough detail. And one thing you could do is you could right click and import a much larger texture, like an 8196 or something like that, some large texture. But there are some logistical complications with having a single texture that big. And realistically, you'd want to break those up into 2048s to be able to have more flexibility in exporting and saving the file and all these different things. You could deal with larger texture there, but I think there's a better way. So to show off this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this and export it to 3ds Max. And it's asking me if I want to send the base mesh or send it at its current level. And I'm going to go ahead and send the base mesh because I just want to change its UVs. Now if I go in here and check out its UVs, you notice that it's mapped 1-to-1. So I'll go into my preferences. I'm going to set this to show all the different tiles. Now, ideally, you would just want to scale these up to something much larger. Let's say you wanted to cover 9 tiles. But Mudbox will not like this because anytime a single UV connected set spans multiple tiles, it doesn't know how to handle that and it will give errors. So what you actually have to do is split these up into their different tile sections. So we'll scale this up as close as we can. Then we're just going to go in here and select the polygons in that tile and hit Control B to break it. Alright, so now we want to make sure that these are not overlapping. And really you could take your time doing this to make sure that this is more efficiently created. But for this demonstration, I'm just going to show it the quick and easy way. So we notice that these up here are kind of overlapping because they're just a little bit too large. So just for this demonstration, I'm just going to skew these up a little. I just want to make sure that this doesn't overlap into the next tile. And like I said, this could have been done a lot better if it was thought out and mapped in a more logical way to maximize all the seams and all that. You notice here, this connects to here, so we definitely should stitch that together. And just to demonstrate that real quick, you can just select every other edge here. Right click, stitch selected. Same over here. And we'll move this over here. And you really would want to have the fewest seams possible, so you wouldn't want these seams here or here. You just want these tiles to be filled as much as possible. And you'd also want the UV sizes of each UV to be the same size, or the textile density of each tile to be roughly the same. That way when you're painting across these, the details are relatively the same size. So once you have your UVs laid out across multiple tiles, and they are separated within those tiles, we can take the same mesh and just send it back to Mudbox. Now when we go back in here, this is a problem I had earlier where it's trying to transfer the details, and that is because we need to have this down at its lowest subdivision when we send it over. Alright, so now we're back over here. You notice it has all these colors. And this is pretty much kind of showing you the different tiles. If we go back into our UV view, you'll notice instead of having one texture, we have 9. You notice we have this indicator in the top left. That is some sort of loading progress indicator to show you the status of the update. So now if we go on our paintbrush and we start painting, we'll make our brush a little bigger. We'll zoom in. And let's go into our brush settings. We have this stamp image set to randomize. We have a large spacing. We can turn this down. You can pick your stamp in here. And we will simply paint across the surface. If we press Alt-T, we'll get our UV layout, and you can see where that information is going. Or if we go in our UV view, you notice it's going across those multiple tiles. So we have this set at 2048 or 4096, so it's creating a separate texture for each one of these. So your textile density is much higher. You can get a lot higher details. So we've painted at that level, but we can zoom in as close as we want. make our brush smaller, and paint, and you notice that detail is really small in there. So if you zoom in, you notice that that's pretty fine details in there. Now if you rotate around this model and paint in other areas, there is a bit of a lag when you rotate your model, and this is because it has to pretty much update the information. It only calculates what it actually sees. So now I will go ahead and delete this layer. I'll make a new one to kind of start fresh. And I'll just paint really large here. And then now I'm going to paint small. And then when I zoom in, you notice it takes a few seconds, but then it updates the resolution to show you the quality. And it may be hard to see, but you can see a little indicator in the top left showing you the progress of updating that texture. Now this automatically updates itself. If that's kind of annoying, you can turn that off. There's a hotkey for that, which is the apostrophe key. And then you can manually tell it when to update instead of having it automatically do it. And it's a pretty simple feature, but it really helps you to get the ultra fine detail you could ever possibly want. You could imagine if this thing was split against 18 tiles, 20 tiles, or some high number of tiles, this single object could have 100 textures just for the diffuse channel, and it would be split across all those different textures, and you could zoom in very close and see all the detail. It is worth noting that the time that it would take to paint all that information would take a while, but you could also use textures that are really large to project on those surfaces and really get pre-made textures on there that are very high resolution. Also, if you did need to edit any of these settings or turn it off, they are in the preferences. Under render, you can turn off the engine entirely, or you can change the buffer memory limit depending on your hardware and your limitations. If you were to increase the paint buffer memory budget, it would give you greater display quality, and if you lower it, it will give you better paint quality. And it's just telling you how to allocate the memory on the graphics card. And that's really pretty much it. It's a very simple feature, extremely powerful and easy to demonstrate. Also worth mentioning, you can actually hide certain texture tiles on this model, or all of them. To do all of them, you can hold down the control key and press down, and that's going to show you all the different texture tiles, and that's basically just each one of these. And you may notice these colors when you rotate your model around on the back. They may show up kind of like this. And the reason it does that is because it's still trying to cache those with the Gigatexel engine. Another thing you can do is you can just hover over one of the tiles and press the up key, and it's going to hide that. So let's say for performance reasons you want to just have some hidden, you can do that and just focus on one. You can hold control and hit up to show them all. You'll get this error box and you just hit OK. Another new feature in the Subscription Advantage Pack is the ability to preserve hard edges or creases or smoothing groups from inside 3ds Max or Maya when it comes into Mudbox. So to show that real quick, we can just create a cube, and you always want to make sure if you create a primitive to convert it to editable poly, or it will come in triangulated from my experience. Now, one thing is normally you would just send this over to Mudbox. But as you can see, when I do that feature, it does not come in with the hard edges, and I'm not quite sure why that is, but for now I'm going to show you another way to do it, which you can just export this out as a FBX. When you do this, you want to make sure smoothing groups is checked in here. If you choose Mudbox from the drop down, smoothing groups is unchecked, so you want to make sure you check that. then you hit OK. Now we can go in Mudbox, import, and it comes in with hard edges. In the display, there's this new section to turn off creases and hard edges, and this is how it would normally look when you bring this in. That's a nice display option. Now, to show off some of the new smoothing options, I'm going to go back in 3ds Max. And we'll go ahead and delete this polygon here. Bring in some edges like this. And the way that Mudbox will smooth this, you can kind of test it off with a turbo smooth here, and you can choose smoothing groups to see how that's going to be smoothed. Now if we go down here and we set these sides here to have the same smoothing group, and we'll go back up and you can see the kind of effect that has. We'll delete the turbo smooth. We'll export this out. Now let's import it. Alright, so now you see it has that shadowing on that side because the smoothing groups carry across that surface. Now here, the subdivision options have changed a little bit. We do have the smooth positions, which this is something that we went over already and how we kind of worked around this. But now you notice we have different options down here. We have the boundary rule, and this boundary rule respects the boundary rules set in Maya. I don't think 3ds Max has these options, but in Maya this is a common setting and it can be interpreted into Mudbox. Preserved borders can preserve these borders around here. So if we check preserve borders, and before I subdivide it, we can actually go in here and duplicate this mesh, which is also a new feature. So if we subdivide this mesh, you notice that pretty much just the borders are being preserved, which is this open square. That's basically what a border is. Now if we go into this other object and go into our subdivision settings, this time we can hit preserve hard edges, and this is going to do basically what we want. We want those hard edges preserved, and we'll leave crease hard edges on too, which is default. So now you can see here it preserves the border and it preserves those smoothing groups that we set. Now if we turn crease hard edges off and subdivide, you notice that these outer edges where those smoothing groups connect to the next outer edge does not get smoothed along the topology curve that you would expect, like in over here. And sometimes you may want this for specific kind of sculpting details, but typically it's not very common. So I'll turn that back on. And preserve creasing. It takes edges that have creases and they preserve them when you subdivide. And it's only smoothed in one direction. So basically those are some new powerful controls when bringing in low poly meshes that don't have the edge loops necessary to subdivide correctly. So you can use the powerful quick tools like smoothing groups and creases in Maya to get a really quick high poly mesh that you can sculpt on. Another very practical new feature is the tiling plane. So if we go into create, you see this new option down here called tiling plane. So if we select that, we'll notice that it it has this new window that asks us how much we want this to tile horizontal and vertically. So on the plane properties, we could set the quads here. So if we just set this down to 2 to make it a smaller plane, and then we have how many times that this repeats. It's good to have a little bit of a higher number, like 3. That way you can see the repeating patterns a lot easier. So I'm going to go ahead and change this back to default and create target for extraction. This is going to create another plane that you can really quickly just export this out of the normal map or ambient occlusion or something. So once that's created, you notice you just have this normal looking plane in the scene. And if I just try to sculpt on this, it's going to give you that warning that you really do need to subdivide it. So I'll go ahead and subdivide it several times. And now when you paint, you'll notice that this carries over into a tiled area, like this. So practically you may have a texture you want to throw in here and to make this look really nice and tiled. If we go into our imprint, we can take one of these stamps, set the strength really high, and we just drag this out. Something like that. So we have a nice tiled pattern going here, and then we can go back into our brush, and they have these really nice vector displacement stamps here that you can use to do some interesting things. It's hard to see exactly what they're doing, but it's giving some nice warping here. And it's probably a good idea to make a new layer when you're doing this. And of course, we can use a lot of the sculpting techniques that we learned in the project. And just go in here, and once you have some nice details, just start to find some interesting, unique patterns in here to really help this thing stand out. The nice thing is you can paint anywhere on here, and it will update everywhere else. And it's looking a little noisy, so you could take the flattened brush, come in here and try to give it some breathing room. Anyway, once you had something that you're comfortable with, like I said, we've already went over the map extraction options, but you can see we already have the target created for us. And that way we can very quickly just get a normal map, vector displacement, any kind of map out of here with just a few simple clicks. Another thing that I think is very cool is the ability to convert bump maps into normal maps. And I just want to show that off very practically here. So if we go in our paint tools, we'll select on this object, and basically we just need to create a bump map here. And when it turns blue like this, it's just kind of caching with the Gigatexel engine thing. And the nice thing about a bump map is you can use any of your stamps to be able to paint some nice small surface level details. I'll go in here, and the nice thing is this is texture dependent on the quality of the details, so you don't really need a lot of polygons to be able to do this. Let's see if I can find some nice fine details here. Alright, so now we have these details here, and it's just some really fine surface level details, and you could even go in and mask some of this out or erase it. But when you get a bump map the way you like it, you can right click the layer and say normal map from bump, and it's going to ask for the tangent if it's going to be Maya or Softimage or 3ds Max. And you notice it jumps down here into the normal map layer. And if we right click this and show as diffuse, you notice it created a really nice normal map. What's nice about this is you can paint with all those black and white stamps like I mentioned. You can't really use these to paint a normal map because black and white in a normal map will just eat away the information. You really need these colors in here, or pre-made normal maps or something like that. So to show one more thing, let's go ahead and make a new bump layer. And let's pick a different kind of detail this time. Create these dots. Okay. We'll do the same thing again. Now we have both normal maps. The problem is when you have one on, it overpowers the other. So you really need to set this to overlay. Then it'll combine the two. And then you can actually merge visible. And now you have one normal map created from those two. And you can also go in here with a mask and mask some of this out with the power of the layer system. So that is a very welcome and very powerful new features when you're painting game textures or anything, to be able to use any images to create a bump map and then have that automatically convert over to a normal map. Also, like I mentioned before, you can actually duplicate meshes. So we just go edit, duplicate. And you could also mirror this if you wanted to with the mesh, flip mesh. In case you needed to have that mirrored. You can also modify multiple meshes at the same time. So if you just go to your object tools and then just regular click the ones you want. Now when you're going to translate, you can actually translate them together, which is new. And you can actually delete them together as well. You hit the delete key. Also in the faces tool, we can go in here, and I think by default it has this nice soft display to it in 2012. But if we go in our preferences, we can change that in the render selected to by face. And then it could have, I think, which is something that was default in the older versions of Mudbox. It's really hard edged, so you can see the exact polygons really easy. Now if I go in here and let's just create a new layer for diffuse, and we can use a stencil and just paint something on here. We use our projection brush. You'll notice the tile is still on, so that's being respected. I did this so you could see a few of the adjust color options because they have changed a little. You notice at the top there are presets that you can use. Or we can make our own preset. Change the color, saturation, so on. And in our curves we can change these. You can do it on a per channel basis or also with our value and saturation. But you notice it's really easy to add new curve points in here and to delete them. They have the preview down here. And if we scroll down to the bottom of the preset, we have new edit. So we can go down, make a new preset, and we hit done. And then when we're cycling through the ones we want, we can choose our test one we made. And they can be deleted in here. Also, they can be exported and imported so we can share them with each other. Now, if you haven't noticed, in the layer panel here, when you're selecting different meshes, it will change the name here so you can know which one is actually active. Same goes in the sculpting panel. Notice that changes. You notice now if we go to our materials, there is this new field called name. You can quickly rename materials, objects, so on. So I'll go over here and just create a new material. And we can actually right click a mesh. And there is this new delete unused materials. And you can see I got rid of that material we had. Sometimes when you're importing from 3ds Max, there are a lot of extra materials in here that you end up not needing. Also in the paintbrush and a lot of these tools down here, you'll notice a new option, flood from camera. It's kind of hard to show on a plane. If we go ahead and create a sphere, you notice that it has the material we're using on here. And if we hit flood from camera, you notice that it only got those front faces that were facing the camera. And it went over here because this material is also assigned to these meshes. Go ahead and undo that. And these are all small little additions that they made. They're good to know that they exist though. Another really small one, if we go into our preferences, you'll notice that they have an option to change your mesh renderer. They only have the hardware renderer right now, but this probably could be updated with plugins and stuff in the future, which is very cool. And that's pretty much it on these new features. I hope you enjoyed them, and thanks for watching.